Yesterday lingers softly in memory, as Ichinose Kazumi, cheerful and unguarded, calls out to Fumika with an easy smile, inviting her to walk home together, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. His hand lifts in a casual wave, his voice light, but the moment lands heavily on Nimi Fumika, who stiffens. The thought alone sends her spiraling. If anyone were to see them like this, walking side by side, they might misunderstand. They might think they're dating. Her flustered reaction spills out, half protest, half panic, while Kazumi, unfazed, casually admits his house is near hers, and more plainly, that he likes her anyway. The sincerity in his tone clashes with her rising embarrassment, leaving her unsure how to respond, as he suddenly dashes off, promising he'll wait despite being late for his club, his figure disappearing with that same carefree energy he arrived with. Left alone, Fumika exhales a quiet sigh. Anyway, she covers her mouth with a small, helpless smile, her cheeks faintly flushed, and murmurs that it can't be helped. After school, the quiet hallway hums with routine, until Kazumi suddenly bursts forward, calling out Fumika's name with that same bright energy, only to be cut short as he crashes straight into someone with a sharp, jarring impact. The collision knocks the breath out of him, a pained ouch slipping out as papers scatter across the floor, the moment turning chaotic in an instant. The girl he collided with freezes for only a second, before dropping to her knees, flustered as she apologizes over and over. Kazumi, now crouched nearby, watches her with confusion, trying to interrupt the spiral as he admits it was his fault, questioning what exactly she's doing as her repeated apologies only grow louder. She looks up as her soft smile radiates warmth, almost too kind for the situation. Though the boy hesitates, unsure how to respond, he accepts, surprised by her sincerity. She laughs lightly and insists they're not strangers, suggesting anyone could be a friend if given the chance. Her words linger longer than they should, as she thanks him with a bright, disarming smile. As they part ways, he can't quite shake the encounter, noting how unusual she seemed, yet oddly pleasant, even as he reminds himself of a promise to walk home with someone else, brushing off the strange feeling that follows him into the next day, where everything shifts without warning, when another girl, flustered, desperate, and trembling, suddenly asks him to go to her house, her urgency overwhelming, leaving him stunned as she blurts out the request with teary intensity. And despite his confusion, he agrees, if only because she has no one else to turn to. Time passes awkwardly, conversations stumble forward, and then, beneath the fading light after school, the first girl reappears, her presence calm, yet heavy with unspoken intent, as she apologizes for the wait and asks to talk, her gaze fixed on him with unsettling clarity. And before he can fully process it, she confesses she likes him, asks him to go out with her, yet his reaction is immediate, conflicted, because there is already someone else he cares about, and the name slips out almost reflexively, creating a quiet fracture between them. But she doesn't break, doesn't lash out, she simply asks him to imagine a world where that other girl doesn't exist, her voice soft, almost pleading, as she wonders aloud if, in that version of reality, he could have loved her instead. And when he struggles to answer, she accepts it with a fragile smile, claiming she'll be fine, even as something in her expression darkens, something that doesn't match the gentleness she's been showing. The moment ends too quickly, leaving him uneasy, questioning if he had been too harsh, if he misunderstood something. But those thoughts are cut short when he arrives at the other girl's house, only to be greeted by a scene that feels unreal. Blood staining the floor, her body collapsed and unmoving, and standing there, calm and composed, is the same girl who had just confessed to him, her presence now suffocating. As the truth crashes down all at once, she speaks as if nothing is wrong, as if this is natural, asking if he's okay, even offering casual advice to steady his breathing, while gripping a knife still wet with what she's done, her smile returning, brighter than ever, as she suggests they could go out together now, since the obstacle between them is gone. His mind spirals, trying to reject what he's seeing, clinging to the idea that this must be a mistake, but her words press in closer, sharper, as she reminds him if that girl were never there, things would be different, and now, in her eyes, that possibility has become reality. When others begin to appear, drawn by the chaos, she reacts without hesitation, ordering him to discard the weapon, to run, to follow her lead as if this were all just another trivial problem, and in the midst of confusion and fear, he's pulled along, unable to fully resist, unable to fully comprehend, as her final declaration settles in with chilling certainty. She belongs to him now, and he, whether he understands it or not, belongs to her. Since then, 6 years have passed, where we see Ichinose. His hand moves across the canvas, painting without clear intent, dark, tangled strokes forming unconsciously, reflecting a mind he doesn't fully understand, while a classmate calls out to him, casually noting it's time to head home, breaking him from that distant haze as he turns, expression dull, almost detached, unable to explain what he's even creating, brushing it off as just something on his mind, though even he doesn't understand it. The conversation drifts awkwardly, touching on friendships he doesn't quite have. His response is curt, guarded, until a sudden interruption shifts the atmosphere entirely. A girl steps forward, introducing herself brightly, her energy sharp and direct as she smiles and greets him without hesitation. Her name is Yatsuya Shino, and before he can even process her presence, she blurts out her feelings with overwhelming force. Confessing that she likes him in front of everyone, her face flushed, her voice trembling yet determined. The moment hangs in the air, heavy and embarrassing, and though she quickly backtracks, flustered, insisting it wasn't meant to be like that, it's clear this isn't the first time she's been repeating it, day after day, her persistence unwavering, refusing to give up, no matter how many times she's ignored. He tries to move past it, suggesting they go somewhere else, but even as they walk, her presence lingers too close. Her attention fixed entirely on him, while his thoughts drift elsewhere, dragged back to that memory he can't escape. The blood, the body, the quiet smile of the girl who shouldn't be forgotten, and the crushing realization that he couldn't save her. Lunch comes, but he isolates himself, choosing distance over connection, convincing himself it's better this way, that others have their own circles, their own lives. And yet, even in solitude, he isn't left alone for long, as Yatsuya appears again, struggling under the weight of stacked papers, her clumsiness leading to another collision, another moment where she falls apart in front of him, and still, even then, she gathers herself just enough to repeat those same words, "I liked you," like a broken record that refuses to stop. He tries to brush it aside, but her persistence corners him, until finally she asks for something simple, just one date, her hands clasped together, eyes pleading, and despite everything, despite the unease, the confusion, the lingering shadows, he can't bring himself to refuse. Sunday arrives quietly, and he waits, watching the time slip by as she shows up late, apologetic yet smiling, her energy softer now, less overwhelming, and for a moment, things almost feel normal as they walk through the city together, blending into the crowd like any other pair, their conversation light, their steps unhurried. But then, without warning, reality fractures across the street. He sees her, the girl who should no longer exist, standing there as if nothing ever happened, her smile unchanged, her presence undeniable, and his breath catches as the world tilts, memories colliding with what's in front of him, unable to reconcile the two. The noise of traffic surges, a truck rushing past, and in that instant, the vision disappears, leaving him shaken, questioning whether what he saw was real or just a hallucination, born from guilt and fear. Yet the unease doesn't fade, not even when Yatsuya returns his attention with concern, asking if he's all right, her voice grounding him back into the moment. He tries to dismiss it, tries to convince himself it's nothing, that he should forget what happened, but the thought refuses to settle, lingering at the edge of his mind as they continue their date. Small moments passing between them, awkward compliments, quiet laughter, a shared movie, the kind of ordinary experience that should feel comforting. Yet beneath it all, something remains unresolved. As the day comes to an end, he apologizes, admitting he still had fun, his words honest, yet distant, and she sees through it immediately, her expression sharpening as she calls him out, asking why he keeps hiding his true feelings, her voice steady, unwilling to let him retreat behind that mask any longer, and for a moment, there's no escape from the question hanging between them. She stretches her arms out lightly, her voice bright again as she suggests they go to the art museum next time, mentioning how it's close to school, and the casualness of it almost feels like she's already imagining a future that hasn't been agreed upon, catching him off guard as he hesitates and asks how she even knew he liked art, only for her to answer simply that she saw him painting and assumed as much. Her logic straightforward, almost innocent, as she adds that she'll come with him, that it'll be fun. The moment lingers, soft and uncertain, before she steps forward again and tells him plainly that she likes him a lot, and then without hesitation, she goes further, saying she loves him, the words landing heavier this time, no longer brushed off as repetition or habit but carrying a weight that makes him pause. For a second, everything stills. and her face flushes deeply as the realization of what she said catches up to her. Then she breaks awkwardly, abruptly, as she pulls back, shaking her head, insisting she was wrong, that she won't go, that what she said doesn't count, trying to erase the moment entirely. The air grows heavier, and as they part, his thoughts drift back again, uninvited, to those lingering memories, the smiling faces, the blood, the girl he lost, and he apologizes quietly. Not to the one in front of him, but to those memories that refuse to fade, acknowledging that they won't disappear no matter how much time passes. Behind him, she slows her steps, her expression dimming as realization sinks in, a quiet voice inside her concluding that this no longer feels like a date, that he's already refused her in a way that matters more than words, and she calls herself an idiot for expecting anything different. The weight of it settling as she reflects on the day June 4th, thinking that she's already had enough. The scene shifts to an empty classroom, still and silent, the faint echo of a voice asking if it hurts, followed by a single, stark declaration that hangs in the void like an omen. This is the worst day of my life. The next day arrives with a strange heaviness, like something unfinished still clings to him, and the moment he steps into the classroom, that unease sharpens. His friend calls out to him asking what happened, his voice laced with confusion as he points out the obvious absence. Yotsuya isn't at school today, and when questioned, all he can offer is a quiet, uncertain apology, admitting he doesn't know, though the weight in his expression suggests otherwise. The normal rhythm of class tries to resume. A teacher handing him the responsibility of delivering homework to her house, almost too conveniently, and though he resists at first, questioning why it has to be him, he's given no real choice, leaving him standing outside her home later, stiff with hesitation, rehearsing the simplest words in his head, before finally pressing the intercom. A voice answers, and when the door opens, it's not Yotsuya who greets him, but her mother, warm and welcoming. Already aware of him, explaining casually that she's been taking care of Shino, her tone light, unaware of the tension tightening in his chest as she invites him inside and leads him to her room. The space feels ordinary, too ordinary, as Yotsuya sits up in bed, dressed in soft pajamas, her expression lighting up the moment she sees him, her happiness immediate and unfiltered as she tells him she's glad he came, clutching the blanket around her as if to steady herself. He stumbles over his words, awkward, unsure how to act in this unfamiliar situation, while she chatters lightly, mentioning she's already feeling better, even asking if he's caught a cold, her concern gentle, almost natural, as if nothing strange exists between them. He hands over the homework, the simple act grounding him for a moment, and she thanks him with a bright smile, saying she thought he might come, that she wanted to see him, her voice softening as she tries to explain why, only to falter under his confused gaze. He recalls what happened yesterday, the things she said, wondering aloud if she meant them, if she's still thinking about it, and for a brief second, doubt flickers across his mind, questioning whether she even remembers clearly. But then she answers him directly, her eyes steady, as she tells him she still likes him. The words come without hesitation this time, quieter but far more certain, and when he asks why she cares so much, her answer drifts into the past, pulling him with it. She speaks of last year, of a day during entrance exams, when she was completely alone, overwhelmed, standing before a door she didn't have the courage to open, her voice trembling as she admits how difficult even that simple act felt, how being surrounded by strangers paralyzed her, until that moment when someone appeared. Someone who spoke to her despite her awkwardness, who told her she wouldn't be alone anymore, reaching out a hand and inviting her forward. That memory lingers between them as she looks at him now, as if from that day onward, her path had been decided. As her story settles into the room, the weight of it lingers between them, and he finally begins to understand what that single moment meant to her. That small act, that simple reassurance, had rooted itself so deeply that it became everything, shaping the way she sees him, even now. And yet as he listens, something inside him tightens, because he realizes just how different their perspectives are, how something so casual to him became something irreplaceable to her. She watches him carefully, almost nervously, asking if he thinks she's a problem, her voice fragile, despite the smile she tries to maintain. And before he can answer, she presses forward, admitting openly that she wants to be together with him, her emotions spilling out so naturally that it almost feels like she can't hold them back anymore, while he quietly questions himself, wondering why he's even crying, as if his own feelings have become too much for him to contain. Suddenly, without warning, Tears begin to fall from his eyes, catching even himself off guard as he stares down at his trembling hands, unable to explain why he's reacting this way, only knowing that the emotions he's been suppressing are finally spilling over. The moment shifts abruptly when she panics, realizing she's still in her pajamas, her embarrassment flaring up as she tries to recover. But even in that small chaos, the tension doesn't fully fade, and when she mentions that she was told he wasn't absent today, confusion flickers between them, his presence contradicting what she believed, though she quickly brushes it aside with a soft smile, saying she was just happy to see him. He responds quietly, acknowledging it, but his thoughts drift again, pulling him deeper into reflection as he begins to explain himself, talking about when he was younger, about things that happened long before now, about how he had told someone else about it after their date, unaware at the time that those events would lead to something tragic. His voice heavy with hindsight, as the fragments of memory overlap, dark and fragmented, like something he can't fully piece together. She listens carefully, then gently grounds him, pointing out that everything he's talking about happened when he was still in elementary school, reminding him that he's carrying something from the past that doesn't belong entirely to the present. And when he hesitates, struggling to place a name to the memory, the name slips out, Fumika, and the air shifts again. He tries to blame himself, stumbling over his words, but she interrupts softly, telling him she doesn't think it's his fault, even if he believes it is, even if he carries it like a sin, because regardless of that, she doesn't think anyone has the right to stop him from moving forward. Her words are steady, unwavering, and then she reaches out not physically but emotionally, saying she wants to carry that burden with him, reminding him of the very thing he once told her, that she's not alone, and now she returns it, telling him the same applies to him. He freezes at that, her words hitting deeper than he expects. And when he looks at her again, tears spill over once more, raw and unguarded, while she watches him with quiet concern, asking why he's crying, though she already seems to understand. The distance between them closes just slightly, a quiet moment shared, where neither of them fully speaks, yet everything is conveyed, and she smiles softly, almost teasing, calling him a handful as she wipes at his tears, the heaviness easing just enough to let something gentler take its place. Time passes, and eventually he leaves, stepping back into the ordinary world, but the feeling lingers, and back at school, the normal chatter resumes, friends teasing him, asking if he's dating her now, their words light but invasive, while he struggles to answer, caught between confusion and something unspoken, unable to define what this connection really is. The awkwardness hangs between them when they meet again, neither quite sure how to act, until he finally gathers the courage to speak, asking her to come with him, saying there's something he wants to tell her about his feelings, suggesting they go somewhere quieter, like the park, and she agrees instantly, her smile returning as if she's been waiting for this moment all along, her expression filled with a simple, hopeful belief that maybe, just maybe, things will work out. But that fragile hope shatters in an instant. His attention is suddenly drawn away, his body stiffening as something catches his eye, and when he looks closer, the world seems to stop, his breath hitching as horror floods in, because there, hidden in plain sight, lies something unmistakably wrong, a lifeless animal, its body torn and still, an unnatural silence surrounding it, and the realization hits him like a wave, cold and suffocating, as a single thought forms with terrifying clarity. This is where it begins. The moment fractures instantly, the horror too sudden, too unnatural, his breath catches, his hand rising instinctively to cover his mouth as the image burns itself into his mind. The lifeless rabbit crammed into the locker, its body stiff, pierced, wrong in a way that feels deliberate, cruel. And the realization hits him like a delayed shock. This isn't an accident. This is something intentional, something targeted, and the sound that escapes him is barely contained, a quiet, suffocating gasp. Yotsuya collapses from the sheer shock of it, her body giving out as panic overwhelms her, and the next thing he knows, everything shifts to the infirmary, the sterile quiet pressing in as she's told she was just in shock and needs rest. But the calm explanation does nothing to settle the unease gnawing at him. The details start to come together in fragments. Someone points out the obvious, a dead rabbit placed inside her locker, pierced with razor blades. The brutality of it echoing something far too familiar, dragging his thoughts back years to an incident he can't forget, one that now feels disturbingly connected, especially when he realizes the timing, just days ago, and the implication settles heavily in his chest. He tries to rationalize it, tries to steady himself, even questioning his own senses, wondering if what he saw before Midu was real or just a hallucination born from stress. But the unease doesn't fade, not when everything around him starts aligning too perfectly, not when his instincts tell him something is deeply wrong. Yatsuya, still shaken, lashes out in frustration, denying the assumptions others make, her voice sharp as she insists things aren't what they seem, yet even she can't fully hide the fear creeping in beneath it. While he quietly admits to himself that he doesn't know what's real anymore, but he is certain of one thing: something is happening. The tension builds until he makes a decision, his voice firm despite the uncertainty, promising her that he'll protect her, the words coming out before he can second-guess them. And then, with that same resolve, he asks her directly to go out with him, turning what had been hesitation into something definitive. She freezes, overwhelmed, her face flushing as emotion floods in all at once. And through trembling breaths and tearful confusion, she accepts, her voice breaking as she agrees to go out with him. The moment fragile, almost too sudden against the backdrop of everything else unraveling. But even that brief sense of connection is interrupted when the investigation begins. The question of how to contact her parents, leading them back to her belongings, and as her bag is opened, something feels off. Immediately, his gaze sharpens, his hands stilling as he looks inside. And then he sees it. The cutter, the blade, sitting there, unmistakable, stained. The same kind of weapon used on the rabbit, the same kind tied to that memory. And the realization hits hard. This was in her bag. Confusion spreads instantly as she denies any knowledge of it, her voice shaking as she insists she doesn't know why it's there, why it has blood on it, while the others begin to piece it together, the possibility forming that someone is trying to frame her, that this isn't coincidence but something calculated. The atmosphere tightens, the situation escalating from disturbing to dangerous, and even the teacher acknowledges it, calling it serious, something that needs to be handled carefully. They debate what to do, whether to report it immediately, but hesitation lingers, the timing too suspicious, the implications too heavy, and through it all, he watches her, trying to reconcile the girl in front of him, with the situation unfolding around her. Then, quietly, almost to himself, he makes another decision. He'll find out who did this. He'll uncover the truth behind the rabbit, behind the blade, behind everything that's beginning to connect in ways he can't ignore. But even as that determination forms, a darker thought slips in, subtle yet sharp, as someone suggests the possibility that whoever is behind this must hate Yotsuya, and she, with a faint uneasy smile, responds in a way that doesn't quite match the situation, deflecting, almost playfully, as if trying to ease the tension, yet only deepening the discomfort instead. He rejects the idea outright, insisting it's not true. Though even his denial lacks certainty, and as the moment closes, the teacher takes control of the situation, deciding to keep the cutter for now and bring it to the rest of the staff, instructing them not to tell anyone else, sealing the situation in uneasy silence as the weight of what's happened settles over them, unresolved and far from over. The tension doesn't fade even after the staff takes control of the situation instead. It lingers, heavy and unresolved, following them out of the room and into the quiet stretch of evening, as one of the teachers casually offers to walk her home, her tone calm but observant, as if she's already piecing together more than she lets on, while he falls into step beside Yatsuya, the air between them thick, with everything left unsaid. They walk side by side, the city dimming around them, and he finally voices what's been circling in his mind, that what he saw days ago wasn't a hallucination, that Mido was real, and even as he says it, doubt creeps in, tangled with the realization that if what happened years ago is connected, then whatever punishment followed should already be over. Yet the unease refuses to settle. Yatsuya stays close, her presence quiet but persistent, until she suddenly reaches out, tugging lightly at his sleeve, her small voice asking him to wait. And when their hands brush, then linger, something fragile forms between them again. A brief warmth, breaking through the cold uncertainty. They sit together, and she apologizes softly, worrying that she might be causing trouble for him, that he brushes it off, insisting it's fine, that they'll figure things out somehow, even as the weight of everything presses down on him. She shifts the conversation gently, asking if he'll come with her tomorrow, suggesting they go somewhere together, and when he assumes she means the museum, she pauses, her expression unreadable for just a second, before the moment slips away, leaving only that same soft smile. Elsewhere, the teacher reflects quietly, noting how strange it all feels that despite everything happening, It somehow feels like much more time has passed than it should have. Morning comes again, and Yotsuya stands alone in her room, carefully choosing what to wear, her excitement returning in small, quiet bursts as she thinks about their plans, about the museum date she's been looking forward to, her soft laughter filling the space as she imagines it all going perfectly, as if nothing else in the world could interfere. But that fragile sense of normalcy cracks the moment her mother appears unexpectedly, questioning her, teasing her about whether she's going on a date, her words casual yet sharp enough to make Yotsuya freeze for just a second, caught between embarrassment and something else, something quieter, something uncertain, before the moment hangs there, unresolved. The uneasy calm stretches just a little longer, lingering in the spaces between their thoughts, as the teacher's quiet reflection echoes how strange it feels that so much has happened in what should have only been a single day, as if time itself has warped around them, compressing fear, confusion, and fleeting happiness into something far heavier than it should be. Yotsuya, meanwhile, clings to that fragile happiness, her hands clasped together as she smiles to herself, softly admitting that she's glad. But elsewhere, his thoughts refuse to settle. He drifts through the quiet streets, exhaustion written into every movement, recalling how he spent the entire night searching for Mito, chasing a shadow he barely understands, admitting to himself that he hasn't slept at all. The memory lingers, overlapping with the present, and though he tries to dismiss it, it clings stubbornly, as if something unresolved is drawing him back in, no matter how hard he resists. A darker thought slips in, one he doesn't want to face, that whatever punishment came from the past should already be over, that it shouldn't still be affecting them now, and yet the image of blood, of violence, of something deliberately cruel, refuses to fade, forcing him to confront the possibility that this isn't over at all. Still, he pushes forward, telling himself to focus, to enjoy what's ahead. Morning breaks, and the world resumes its ordinary rhythm. But for Yotsuya, everything feels brighter. She stands in her room, as she imagines the day ahead, the museum, the time they'll spend together. That innocence is interrupted when her mother suddenly appears, catching her off guard, questioning her with a teasing curiosity that immediately flusters her. Her face flushing as she tries to deny it, stumbling over her words, while her mother presses just enough to make it impossible to stay composed. She insists she's not staying out overnight, her voice loud with embarrassment, while her mother casually throws out remarks that only make it worse, treating it like something obvious. Even as she leaves the house, those words follow her, muttered complaints under her breath, as she calls her mother crazy, though the warmth in her expression betrays her, showing she isn't truly upset. Outside, she pauses, glancing down at herself, asking quietly if she looks all right, if everything is in place, before continuing forward with renewed determination. But even that moment doesn't pass smoothly. Her usual clumsiness catches up to her as she stumbles into someone, the impact sudden, jarring, sending her into a flurry of apologies as she panics, convinced she's caused trouble again, while the other person brushes it off, insisting it's nothing, though she continues apologizing anyway, unable to stop herself. And as she hurries on, still flustered, still caught between excitement and nerves, the day begins to unfold, ordinary on the surface. One moment she's outside, moving forward with that same nervous excitement, and the next, everything cuts into darkness, her senses dulling as something presses against her, something suffocating. And when awareness finally returns, it comes with confusion, her body heavy, her thoughts scattered, as she looks around and realizes nothing makes sense. This isn't where she's supposed to be. This isn't the path she was just walking. And the question slips out instinctively. Where am I? The memory flickers back in fragments. The collision, the sudden closeness. The cloth pressed over her face, and the realization creeps in, slowly, chilling and undeniable. She tries to move, but something's wrong. Her hands won't respond, bound tightly, her body restrained in a way that makes panic rise instantly, her breathing quickening as the situation finally settles into something terrifyingly real. And then, as if answering that fear, the door slides open. A familiar figure steps in, calm, smiling, Mito. The same girl who's been lingering at the edge of everything, now standing directly in front of her, as if she's always belonged here, as if this moment was inevitable. She greets her casually, almost cheerfully, while Yotsuya struggles to process it, her thoughts racing, questions spilling over each other. Who are you? Why is this happening? Why does this feel so wrong? And yet Mito only tilts her head slightly, amused, asking if she really hasn't heard of her. before introducing herself as if they're meeting under normal circumstances. The name lands heavily. Midu Saki. Recognition flickers not from memory, but from something she's been told, something connected to him, and the tension sharpens instantly, her body stiffening despite the restraints. But Midu doesn't react to that fear, not in any expected way. Instead, she continues speaking lightly, almost playfully, telling her to call him Kazumi, and to tell him she's been taken hostage. Her tone so casual, it makes the words feel even more disturbing, as if this is all just part of some strange game. Yotsuya hesitates, confusion mixing with fear, but before she can even decide what to do, Midu lifts a phone, smiling as she explains she's already handled it. Already sent a message saying she'll be late, brushing it off with a soft laugh, as if she's simply being considerate. And then, almost absent-mindedly, she adds something else, something far more unsettling. She borrowed her finger. The meaning doesn't fully register at first, but the way she says it, the ease in her voice, sends a chill through the room. And before Yotsuya can react, Midu steps closer, her expression shifting just slightly, not losing that smile, but sharpening around the edges, as she asks a simple question, "Shall we begin?" The air tightens. Fear surges. Yotsuya's body trembles as something cold presses against her, the sensation sudden, invasive, and then pain, slicing sting, that tears through the fragile illusion that this might not be real. Her voice breaking into a raw scream, as blood spills, the reality of what's happening crashing down all at once, her mind unable to keep up with it, unable to escape it, and Midu just watches, calm, observing, almost curious. She comments lightly, almost disappointed, noting that the blade seems dull, as if the only issue is its efficiency, her tone completely detached from the suffering in front of her, before her gaze drifts again, lingering, studying, taking in every reaction like it's something worth remembering. She even compliments her softly, disturbingly, her attention drawn to things that shouldn't matter in a moment like this, blurring the line between cruelty and something far more unsettling. Then, without warning, she pulls at her, forcing her closer, tightening her hold, as Yotsuya struggles, tears streaming down her face, her voice breaking into desperate pleas, begging her to stop, begging for this to end. But Mido doesn't stop. She only adjusts, only shifts the angle, her voice lowering, as she suggests something new, something worse. Maybe they should send photos to him. The words hit harder than anything else, the implication twisting into something unbearable, as Yotsuya shakes her head desperately, unable to even form a proper response, her fear overwhelming, her body shaking uncontrollably, as Mido gently lifts her chin, forcing her to look forward, asking again, almost sweetly, if she wants him to see her like this. The question lingers, heavy and suffocating. And then, finally, something breaks. Through tears and trembling breaths, the truth spills out not as an answer to Mido. She wanted him to praise her. That's all. To notice her, to see her. She thought if he did, if he saw her like that, maybe it would mean something. Maybe it would be enough. Mido watches her, then smiles, softly, but there's nothing warm about it. Midu's smile lingers, soft and almost understanding, as Yotsuya's trembling confession hangs in the air. She just wanted him to praise her, to notice her, and for a brief second, the tension shifts, as if that fragile honesty has reached something human inside her. Because she leans in slightly, her tone gentler now, apologizing, saying she was moved by those words, even admitting that anyone would expect something like that from a date, her hand brushing against Yotsuya's face, wiping away tears, with a strange, almost comforting touch that doesn't match the situation at all. She hums softly, smiling, as if everything that just happened was nothing more than a misunderstanding, and Yotsuya can only stare, confused and shaken, unable to grasp the sudden shift, while Midu continues, casually admitting that she thinks about those things too, that when she likes someone, she also imagines wanting to look cute for them, her voice light, almost teasing, as if they're sharing something ordinary. For a moment, it feels like the nightmare might loosen its grip, but then it twists. Midu laughs. Not softly, not gently, but sharply, her voice breaking into something unhinged as she stares at Yotsuya's tear-streaked face, pointing out how obvious it is, how she's already been thinking about things like underwear for him, her laughter echoing unnaturally as the room tightens again, suffocating, the earlier warmth vanishing completely. Yotsuya freezes, unable to respond, caught between humiliation and fear, while Midu lifts her phone, showing it off with a grin, commenting on how priceless that expression is, how she thought he would want to see it too. Her words circling back to that same twisted idea, reducing everything into something to be shown, something to be used. Then, just as abruptly, her tone softens again, almost reassuring, telling her it's just puberty, that it's messing with her head, that she'll be fine, and that this will be their little secret. The contradiction's so sharp, it only deepens the dread, instead of easing it. But even as she says that, her hands move again, tearing through fabric without hesitation. The sound of ripping cutting through the room, as she casually adds that as long as she's not with Kazumi, it doesn't matter. Her blade hovering close as she warns her not to move, not because she cares, but because she might cut her if she does, her smile never fading. Yotsuya's body shakes uncontrollably, tears streaming endlessly as she sobs, completely powerless. Her clothes torn away piece by piece, until nothing feels like hers anymore, while Midu watches with quiet satisfaction, eventually stepping back to admire her work, cheerfully announcing she's finished, as if this was all just some task she needed to complete, even commenting on how strange it must feel to have her clothes ripped off, her tone disturbingly casual. She reminds her again, almost playfully, that no one is coming to save her, that there's no hero in this story, her words settling like a final weight, as Yotsuya's sobs weaken into something smaller, something broken. Still, Midu isn't done. She crouches down again, tilting her head as she asks another question, curious, probing how far did things go with Kazumi. Her voice light, as if it's just harmless curiosity, even as she raises the cutter again, pressing further, asking if they've kissed, insisting there's no reason to hide anything anymore. Yotsuya shakes her head desperately, barely able to speak, her voice cracking as she denies it. But Midu doesn't fully believe her, leaning in suddenly, closing the distance without warning, and before Yotsuya can react, their lips meet, forced, invasive, a test disguised as something else, leaving her frozen, eyes wide with shock, as tears spill even harder, her body refusing to respond. Midu pulls back just as quickly, watching her reaction closely, murmuring that she thought she'd be able to tell if she was lying or not, her gaze sharp, analytical, before casually asking if she heard what she wanted to hear, as if this entire moment was just an experiment. Yotsuya breaks down completely, begging her to stop, to let her go, her voice raw and desperate. But Mido only glances at her phone as it buzzes, the message displayed clearly, Kazumi replying that he understands, that he'll come in about 2 hours, and she smiles again, that same quiet, unsettling smile, murmuring that they have time now, plenty of it, before lifting the blade once more, her eyes gleaming faintly as she leans closer and whispers, almost playfully, that they should have some fun. Meanwhile, far away from that room, everything still looks normal, classrooms half filled, quiet chatter, the ordinary rhythm of a day that has no idea what's unfolding elsewhere until a phone vibrates sharply, breaking that illusion, and he answers without thinking, only for his voice to falter the second he hears who it is, the name hitting him like a shock. Yotsuya. But something is wrong, the tone, the pause, the way the voice doesn't quite feel like hers, and then it comes. I'm Mido, calm, unmistakable, sending a jolt through him so strong, his body freezes mid-step. Her words follow casually, as if they're just continuing a conversation that never ended, telling him it's been a while, that she'll be waiting where it all happened before, in that same classroom tied to memories he's tried to bury. Her voice light, almost playful, as she adds that Yotsuya won't be available for a while, that he should come alone, that he shouldn't bring anyone, each instruction tightening around him like a trap. And before he can even process it, the call ends, leaving only silence and the sound of his own pulse racing in his ears. He moves before thinking, feet slamming against the ground as panic takes over, breath breaking, vision narrowing, the words repeating over and over, Yotsuya, until they're all that's left, his thoughts unraveling into fear so raw, it strips everything else away. And as he runs through empty halls, up staircases past quiet corridors, his voice finally tears out, calling her name again and again, louder, more desperate each time, as if just saying it might somehow reach her. The door bursts open, and there she is. Midu stands waiting, exactly where she said she would be, her expression calm, almost pleased, as if she's been expecting him all along, greeting him with a soft smile, her voice light, as she says it's been a long time, while he freezes at the sight of her, breath caught, body rigid, unable to fully process that she's right in front of him again, real, undeniable. His eyes dart past her instantly, searching, frantic. Where is she? Where's Yotsuya? But Mido cuts through that panic with ease, calling him stupid, pointing out how he came exactly as she wanted, how he actually waited after receiving that fake message, her words laced with quiet amusement as she holds up the phone, casually admitting she sent it, twisting everything he believed just enough to make the situation feel even more suffocating. He demands answers, his voice breaking as he asks what she did, what happened to Yotsuya. But Mido only shrugs slightly, her tone shifting into something almost conversational, as she says she enjoyed her time with her, the simplicity of it making it far worse, making his stomach drop as the implication settles in. The tension tightens further when he tries to raise his voice, only for her to gently tell him not to yell, reminding him how long it's been since they've spoken calmly like this, her words oddly intimate, like they share something he doesn't want to acknowledge. And before he can respond, she steps closer, her presence closing in as she says it plainly, "You're here," her voice softer now, almost satisfied. His thoughts spiral, confusion clashing with anger, with fear, with something deeper he doesn't want to face, and she watches it all unfold, asking quietly if he really thought he could be tricked so easily, as if everything he's done up to this point has already been anticipated, already planned for. Then, without warning, she shifts again, her smile widening slightly as she brings up the past, saying this isn't like that time with Fumika. Her words cutting straight through him, dragging that buried memory back to the surface, before her hand moves quick, precise, the blade flashing as it slices, and his scream rips out instantly, raw and uncontrolled, echoing through the empty space as the pain hits all at once, sharp and undeniable. And she just watches, smiling. Then, as if shifting the conversation rather than the situation, she asks him something completely out of place. Whether he thinks Yotsuya is still alive. Her tone, light, almost conversational, like she's asking about the weather. And the question hits him harder than the pain itself, forcing his mind to snap toward it, to cling to it, because the alternative is too much to bear. He answers instinctively, desperately, insisting she has to be alive, that she must be somewhere in the school, because if she were dead, then this wouldn't be a hostage situation at all. His voice shaking as he tries to hold on to logic, onto hope, onto anything that keeps him from collapsing completely. Tears stream down his face as he repeats it, as if saying it enough times might make it true. And Mido listens, quietly, before acknowledging it in her own way, agreeing that it's important, that of course he would think that, though there's something in her tone that doesn't quite align, something that makes it feel like she's humoring him, rather than reassuring him. She turns slightly, her gaze drifting as she continues speaking, bringing up things he doesn't expect, his life, his habits, the way he's lived up until now, pointing out how he didn't have many friends, how aside from Fumika his connections were shallow. Her words peeling back layers he never offered, revealing things she shouldn't know. And when he reacts confused asking how she knows any of this, she answers simply, almost proudly. She's been watching him. For a long time, since middle school. The weight of that settles slowly, uneasily, as she elaborates, describing details with unsettling precision. How he used to draw every day after school, how his lights would stay on until 1 in the morning, how he arrived early, how he acted during his first date with Yotsuya, each observation stacking on top of the last, until it becomes undeniable. She hasn't just seen him, she's been studying him, quietly, consistently, without him ever realizing. His thoughts begin to fracture under that realization, trying to reconcile how long this has been happening, how much she knows, and whether anything about his life has truly been his own. She smiles again, softer now, almost fond. As she says it plainly, she loves him, and the word feels wrong coming from her, twisted by everything surrounding it. As she continues, explaining that the Mido he thought he saw before wasn't a hallucination, that she's always been there, always close, even days ago when everything began to spiral, her presence constant, deliberate. She steps closer, her voice lowering slightly, as she asks him something else, something sharper, whether he's angry, whether he resents the fact that he didn't warn Yotsuya, that he let things happen the way they did, and the question cuts deeper than anything else so far, because it forces him to confront something he's been avoiding, something buried beneath fear and confusion. She watches his reaction carefully, then continues, almost thoughtfully, explaining that she decided to watch over him for a while, especially when he started dating Yotsuya, because after everything he did, she couldn't just leave him alone. Her reasoning calm, structured, as if this entire situation follows a logic that only she understands. And then, with quiet certainty, she declares that Kazumi is her love, her hands pressing lightly against her chest as she smiles, her expression soft, sincere in a way that clashes violently with everything else she's done, and yet she doesn't see the contradiction at all. Memories begin to overlap in his mind. Fragments of the past surfacing, her confession long ago, the way he rejected her, the distance he created, and she brings it back herself, asking him again if he'll go out with her now, reminding him that she's been waiting since they were children, that she's held on to that moment all this time, her voice carrying a quiet persistence that hasn't faded, hasn't weakened, only grown stronger. He struggles to respond, caught between fear, guilt, and disbelief, trying to explain that he shouldn't even be talking to her like this, that this situation isn't something that can be resolved with words like that. But she interrupts gently, almost dismissively, saying she knows, that she understands, that she was just waiting for the moment when she could finally talk to him properly, when he would be able to listen. She steps back slightly, her gaze softening again as she looks at him, almost kindly, as she says she forgives him, the words landing quietly but carrying an unsettling weight, before adding one last thought that Yotsuya was too fickle for him anyway, her tone light, almost casual, as if she's simply stating a fact, leaving the implication hanging in the air as everything falls into a tense, suffocating silence. The word forgive hangs awkwardly between them, almost absurd, against everything that's happened, and he can't even process it properly, repeating it back in disbelief as his expression tightens, confusion quickly giving way to anger, his voice rising as he demands to know what she's even talking about, what exactly she thinks she's forgiving. His emotions finally spill over, raw and uncontrolled, as he shouts at her, asking if she realizes what she's done, his hands shaking as the weight of everything crashes down on him, Fumika, Yotsuya, all of it tangled together in a way he can't untangle anymore, while she simply watches, her expression barely shifting, absorbing his anger without resistance. He stumbles over his words, trying to hold on to something, anything, insisting he'll find Yotsuya himself if she won't tell him, his voice desperate, clinging to that last thread of hope. But she responds calmly, almost dismissively, calling him stupid, her tone soft yet cutting as she adds that she's just a weak girl, the contradiction sitting heavily between her words and everything she's done. Then she lifts her phone slightly, her gaze flicking toward it as she asks him something that doesn't immediately make sense. Did he really think she could carry everything out alone? And the implication hits him a second too late, his body stiffening as realization creeps in, the possibility forming before he can stop it. An accomplice, someone else involved, something even bigger than what he's been trying to grasp. The thought barely settles before a sound cuts through the tension, the faint vibration of a phone, and his eyes snap toward it, spotting it resting nearby, abandoned. And in that instant everything clicks just enough for him to move, muttering under his breath that she must have placed it there herself, that this was all planned, all deliberate. But before he can act, she moves first, fast, closing the distance in an instant, forcing him back down as the struggle breaks out, his body reacting on instinct, despite the pain, despite the fear, trying to resist, trying to create space, but she doesn't hesitate, doesn't falter, her movements sharp and decisive as she pins him again, the brief hope collapsing just as quickly as it appeared. He shouts her name, anger and desperation mixing together, but she only looks down at him, almost amused, pointing out how easily he fell for it again, how even now he's still reacting exactly the way she expects. She kneels closer, her presence overwhelming, and for a moment her tone softens again, almost gentle, as she casually mentions borrowing Yotsuya's phone, as if that explains everything, as if that makes any of this normal, before adding that carrying something dangerous like this really isn't a good idea, her fingers brushing lightly over the cutter, her voice drifting between concern and mockery, in a way that makes it impossible to tell which one she actually means. Then, just as suddenly, she shifts again. Her expression softens, her voice lowers. She tells him she was worried, that she thought he might have been cheating on her. The words landing so strangely that they almost don't register at first, her gaze steady, sincere, in a way that feels completely disconnected from reality, and as he stares at her, stunned, unable to respond, she adds it quietly. She likes him like this. Like this. Broken, helpless, unable to escape. Her eyes darken slightly as she leans in, reassuring him not to worry, telling him it's fine, that she's single. As if that somehow resolves everything. As if that justifies everything. Her smile widening just a little as she promises to prove it to him. Her voice dipping into something softer, something far more unsettling. And as she looks down at him, completely at ease in the chaos she's created, she finishes it simply. She'll show him, with proof. She leans in closer, her weight pressing down as she straddles him, trapping him beneath her with no room to move, as her words sink in. I've been saving my first time for you. And the way she says it is so calm, so sincere, that it makes the moment even more suffocating. Her voice stays soft, almost affectionate, as she leans in closer, repeating his name like it belongs to her alone, Kazumi, while his entire body trembles beneath her, his breath uneven, his eyes wide with panic, the word shiver practically etched into his expression as fear overtakes everything else, and for a brief second, instinct kicks in. He pushes back, struggling, shouting at her to stop, his voice breaking as he tries to create distance between them, but she barely reacts, only pouting slightly as if he's being unreasonable, telling him not to be so violent, her tone almost childish, as though this is nothing more than a misunderstanding. He keeps resisting, desperate, his movements clumsy and frantic, but she tilts her head, watching him with mild curiosity, even pointing out the pain in his injured hand, asking if it hurts when he pulls like that, as if she's more concerned about the mechanics than his fear. And when he yells again, telling her to be quiet, the tension only tightens further. Slowly, deliberately, she adjusts herself, her movements calm, controlled, as she begins to lift her skirt slightly, telling him not to stare too much, her voice casual, almost teasing, while his reaction is immediate shock, confusion, panic all crashing together as he demands to know what she's doing. His voice rising again, cracking under the pressure. But she doesn't stop. She closes the distance again, pressing herself against him, wrapping around him with a quiet insistence, her arms tightening as she murmurs that this is embarrassing, yet her expression says otherwise, her eyes half-lidded as she asks him softly if it feels good, if this is what he wants, adding that the two of them will become one in this classroom, her words drifting between fantasy and something far more disturbing, while he freezes again, caught between disbelief and fear, unable to respond. Then, just as suddenly, she pulls back slightly, as if remembering something, her tone shifting once more, as she casually mentions that Fumika isn't here, the name dropping into the moment like a fracture. And before he can react, she turns, retrieving something she had set aside earlier, speaking lightly about how she almost forgot, how it's an important day, and that she brought her here for a reason. The air changes instantly. What she reveals next shatters whatever fragile grip he still had on reality. A small container, held carefully in her hands, her smile returning as she says it plainly, almost proudly. These are Fumika's ashes. The words don't make sense at first. He stares, uncomprehending, as she explains it without hesitation, how she wanted Fumika's remains, how she went to her house, how she found them, her tone calm, almost pleased with herself, as if she's describing something thoughtful, something meaningful, even adding that now she can always bring Fumika with her, that he can feel it too, holding the container close like it's something precious. Something inside him snaps, his voice breaks into a scream, raw and uncontrollable, as he lunges forward, knocking the container from her hands, shouting for her to put it back, to stop, his entire body shaking as he tries to reject what he's seeing, what he's hearing, but she only reacts with mild surprise, watching him as if he's the one overreacting, her expression barely changing. Even as the ashes spill, even as the moment fractures completely, she continues speaking, almost thoughtfully, suggesting they could make a small shrine, that even after death, Fumika could still stay close, her words gentle, almost comforting in a twisted way, while he shouts back, denying it, rejecting it, unable to accept any of this, his anger and grief colliding violently. The chaos erupts fully when he lashes out again, trying to destroy it, trying to stop her, screaming that he won't let her involve Fumika anymore. His voice breaking as he pushes forward, desperate to end this, but she doesn't retreat, doesn't panic. Instead, she watches him closely, almost amused, telling him that he failed, that his attempt means nothing, her calmness only making it worse. He tries again, forcing himself forward despite everything, but she moves effortlessly, stepping back just enough, pointing out how pointless it is, how if he does anything to her, he'll only lose Yotsuya too, her voice suddenly sharper, more grounded in reality, and that's what stops him. Not fear for himself, but for her, for Yotsuya, the thought freezing him in place. She sees it immediately, acknowledges it and says lightly, "You have a point," as if conceding something trivial, before turning slightly, her tone softening again, telling him to wait just a moment, as if she's about to show him something important. His breathing is heavy, uneven, as he watches her move. Confusion and dread mixing together, and then he hears it, a faint sound, a presence. His heart lurches as realization hits, his thoughts scrambling as he rushes toward it, toward the next room, his mind repeating her name over and over, Yotsuya, until finally he reaches the door, his hand trembling as he pushes it open, the words forming in his mind, almost disbelieving. She was here, right next door, this whole time, and when a door opens, the truth is laid bare. Yotsuya, bound tightly to a chair, her body trembling, her mouth restrained, her eyes wide with fear, tears streaming down her face, as she struggles weakly against the restraints, but barely holding on. And behind her, Mito's voice drifts in softly, almost cheerful, as if presenting something she's been waiting to reveal all along. She's still alive, for now. The sight of her bound, trembling, barely able to breathe hits him harder than anything before. His voice cracking as her name finally leaves his lips. Watsuya. The syllables breaking apart under the weight of what he's seeing, while behind her, Mito stands calmly, hands resting on the chair like she's presenting something precious. She explains Yotsuya can't hear him anyway, the headphones covering her ears, cutting her off from everything but the fear surrounding her. He lunges forward instinctively, anger erupting, shouting at Mito, demanding to know what she's done, but she silences him immediately, a single finger raised to her lips, her expression darkening just slightly, as she whispers that she'll kill her if he makes too much noise, the threat landing instantly, freezing him in place, as shock overtakes his anger, his body locking up under the weight of it. Then, just as quickly, she softens again. Well, as you can see, her tone is almost casual, as if the answer is obvious, as if nothing here needs explaining, and before he can react, she leans in closer to Yotsuya, smiling brightly, wrapping an arm around her as if comforting her. Even as Yotsuya's body recoils weakly, her muffled cries barely audible, her entire form shaking under the pressure of Mito's touch. The words land with a sickening lightness, completely detached from reality, and his eyes widen in horror as he watches her hand move, grabbing, pressing, treating her like something to play with rather than someone to protect, while Yotsuya whimpers helplessly, her body flinching at every movement, unable to escape, unable to even properly cry out. Watch closely. Mito's voice turns almost instructional, like she's demonstrating something important, and he can't tear his eyes away, even as he begs her to stop, his voice cracking, his body trembling with helplessness as he watches her continue, her actions deliberate, controlled, completely unbothered by his desperation. And then, something breaks. Yotsuya's voice, muffled, fractured, finally forces its way through, not directed at Mito, not even fully at him, but spilling out in raw, uncontrollable emotion, as she cries over and over, that she hates him, that she hates Ichinose, the words distorted by sobs, by pain, by something that sounds almost forced, almost unnatural, yet still sharp enough to cut through him completely, leaving him frozen, his expression collapsing as those words sink in. He can't process it, can't accept it, but they keep coming. I hate him, I hate him. Her voice cracks with every repetition, her body shaking violently as if the words themselves are tearing her apart. And he can only stare, stunned, as guilt and confusion crash together inside him, his own voice barely forming as he whispers back, broken, apologizing without even knowing what he's apologizing for anymore. And Mito watches, smiling, satisfied. She leans in again, her tone almost thoughtful now, explaining it as if it's something simple, something logical, that this is her punishment for liking him, her fingers tracing along Yotsuya's body as she casually points out the marks, the cuts, calling them proof, saying she made her say those things, that she asked her she wanted to stab him, as she kept cutting her until she said she hated him, her voice steady, almost analytical, as if she's describing an experiment rather than torture. She even pauses, glancing at him, asking lightly if the cuts bother him, if they're not deep enough to matter, adding casually that it would hurt much more if she started cutting pieces off. The words delivered so calmly, they feel even more horrifying. His body trembles, his mind unraveling, but she continues, stepping back slightly, as if giving him space to think, to respond, her voice softening again. as she asks something that feels completely disconnected from everything else. Whether he loves her enough. Whether that love would last forever if nothing interrupted them. Her expression gentle, almost hopeful, as if she's asking something sincere. And then she tilts her head, her gaze steady, her voice quiet. If she died, would you love me? The question hangs there, suffocating, unavoidable, and before he can even respond, before he can even process it, she adds one more condition, one final demand, her voice lowering into something soft, almost intimate as she looks between them. I won't hurt Yotsuya anymore, if you say it correctly this time. Silence falls, heavy, unforgiving. Yotsuya trembles in the chair, her muffled sobs continuing as she clasps her hands together desperately, as if begging without words, while he stands there, frozen, tears welling in his eyes. His entire body shaking under the weight of what she's asking, what she's forcing him to choose. And then quietly, almost gently, can you say it? Her eyes lock onto his. For me? The silence stretches unbearably, her question still hanging in the air, repeating that she won't hurt Yotsuya anymore if he answers correctly this time. His lips part. But nothing comes out at first. His thoughts collapsing under the weight of it, until finally, painfully, he forces out words not what she wants, but the truth he can't abandon, saying that if she wants him to say something like that, then she should torture him instead, his voice breaking as he lowers his head, refusing to let it land on Yotsuya, refusing to let her suffer more because of him, even as his entire body shakes. Mido pauses, just for a moment. Her expression flickers with confusion, perhaps something else, before she asks quietly, almost curiously, why Yotsuya would go that far for her. He answers without hesitation, his voice still trembling but firm in a way it hasn't been before, because he doesn't want to hurt the people he likes. The words settle, simple and honest, and for a brief second, the atmosphere shifts, something almost gentle passing through Mido's expression as she smiles faintly, repeating it back in her own way, as if testing the weight of it, as if trying to understand something she's never quite grasped. But it doesn't last. The moment fractures again, as she turns away, her tone cooling, saying quietly that if Kazumi cheats on her, then she'll punish Yotsuya, the one who stole him, her logic twisted, but unwavering, her steps slow as she moves, pulling something from her pocket, the faint click of it echoing sharply, as she reveals a syringe, holding it casually, as if it's just another tool in this game. He freezes, confusion flashing across his face, asking what she's doing, but she only glances at him, with that same calm smile, asking if they aren't similar, as if they're somehow the same, before reminding him again, almost gently, that she's told him many times, if he cheats on her. She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't need to. The meaning is already there. Then suddenly her tone sharpens. I won't wait anymore. The words cut through everything, final and absolute, and before he can react, her hand moves, the syringe spinning lightly between her fingers before she lunges forward, the motion quick, decisive, and in that instant, panic takes over completely, as he shouts, voice cracking, telling her he'll do as she says, that he understands, anything to stop her, but he's too late. The motion has already begun, with the needle driving forward in a sharp, sickening moment as it pierces Yotsuya's body, causing her to jerk and let out a muffled cry beneath the headphones. Tears stream down her face as her entire form trembles violently from the pain, while he screams her name, raw and desperate, his voice tearing through the space as he watches helplessly, unable to stop or undo it. Mido watches quietly, almost curiously, as if observing the result. As the moment settles, she tilts her head slightly, murmuring something under her breath, almost disappointed, almost thoughtful, before looking back at him, her expression softening once more into that same unsettling calm. He stares, frozen, his mind unraveling completely, his voice breaking again as he begs her to stop, to end it, but she only smiles faintly, shaking her head as if it's too late for that now, as if things have already moved beyond that point. She says softly, now. His breath catches, his body locking again, and she steps closer to Yotsuya, placing a hand gently on her shoulder, as if comforting her, even as the girl trembles uncontrollably beneath her touch, whispering something only she can hear, before turning back slightly, her attention shifting once more. Then, slowly, she raises the blade again. Let's hear you say that again, right now, and this time there's no hesitation left in him, only desperation, only fear, only the need to make it stop as his voice finally gives in completely. breaking as he says it, that he'll listen to anything she says and begging her to stop, asking her to calm down. Mito exhales softly, almost satisfied, before speaking again, saying it was a broken promise that started all of this, her gaze distant for just a second, as though she's revisiting something only she fully understands. All right, she steps closer to him again, closing the distance slowly, and then, gently, almost tenderly, Mito leans closer as kisses him, as if that's the perfect moment to do such thing. After kissing Kazumi in the hallway, Mito pulls back with a satisfied smile. Kazumi is left frozen in place, unable to respond. Looking at his reaction, Mito tells him that he's still just a boy. She then suggests that maybe if he touched her, he would react differently. Without waiting for an answer, she decides they should move to the classroom, saying they can't get in the mood out in the hall. Inside the empty classroom, Mito begins taking off her clothes, but she continues smiling as she stands in front of Kazumi. Meanwhile, Kazumi's thoughts remain elsewhere. The only thing on his mind is Yotsuya. But Mito starts to pull his banana out to test some balls. Then we witness her stunned face. Anyway, she starts enjoying like crazy and calling his name out loud and confessing that she loves him so much that even God can't interfere. At the same time, poor Yotsuya remains tied up outside with headphones over her ears, still regretting for being fell for him. Then we see a flashback, where a cute girl quietly approaches the classroom. Nervous and hesitant, she peeks inside and struggles to find the courage to speak. She recognizes Kazumi immediately, and finally gathers enough confidence to introduce herself, reminding him that they met during the entrance exams. To her surprise, Kazumi stares back blankly, and asks who she is, unable to remember her at all. The answer leaves her stunned, but the forgotten girl continues trying to approach Kazumi. She watches him from a distance, and convinces herself that since they are classmates, since they have shared the same classroom for 2 years, she should be able to talk to him. Her determination builds little by little, as she repeats his name in her head, rehearsing her introduction, and imagining how the conversation will go. Yet when she finally stands in front of him, and gathers the courage to speak, Kazumi apologizes politely, and admits that he simply isn't very good at remembering people. The words are harmless from his perspective, but they completely shatter her expectations. Her expression freezes, the books in her arms tighten against her chest, something inside her quietly breaks. Mito closes the distance between them and presses her lips against Kazumi's, holding him there while tears stream down her face. To her, this is the culmination of years of longing, years spent clinging to feelings that never faded. Pulling back, she smiles weakly and tells him that although it hurts at first, you eventually get used to it. Her cheeks flush as she giggles to herself, clearly savoring the moment, before admitting that she felt him inside her and that she wants to remember that feeling until the very end. Kazumi remains frozen, shaken, and unable to process everything happening around him, while Mito watches him expectantly. Then her tone shifts. She asks whether he really thinks he'll be able to get away from this. Before he can answer, she reveals that she took embarrassing pictures of Yotsuya during her captivity, holding up her phone. She casually explains that whether those photos are released depends entirely on him. If he goes to the police and causes trouble, neither of them would want the consequences that follow. Seeing his reaction, she smiles faintly, satisfied that he still cares deeply about Yotsuya. Having said what she wanted to say, Mito decides it's time to leave. She glances around the classroom and remarks that she has spent too much time there already. She tells Kazumi that he should try to calm Yotsuya down, leaving him alone with the devastated girl who still trembles on the bed, unable to stop crying. As Mito turns to leave, Kazumi's eyes fall on the cutter in her hand. A thought flashes through his mind. Without warning, he lunges forward. The blade snaps open and he grabs it, forcing the edge into his own hand. The sound of flesh splitting echoes through the room as pain tears through his body, but he doesn't stop. Blood spills from the wound as he screams, trying to push through the agony and strike her. Yet even after enduring all of that pain, he can't reach her. He collapses in frustration, horrified that he was still unable to touch her. Mito merely watches before stepping closer and praising him with a soft smile, telling him he endured it well and did a good job. Kazumi stares at the floor through tears, unable to understand why his life has become like this. The question drags him back into memories of elementary school and the day everything began. Mito quietly talks about Fumika, calling her cute and kind, pointing out that Fumika never worried about whether Kazumi liked her or not. She recalls a conversation from the past, words that continue to haunt both of them, and then calmly declares that Fumika had her chance, but in the end, she was the one who got Kazumi. Kazumi immediately rejects the comparison, insisting that it's different, but Mito only smiles. She's the one who's ahead, because she remembers everything. As Kazumi struggles to respond, she gently asks whether he still hates her, whether he still can't give her what she wants. Then she reminds him that even if he remembers someday, she won't be waiting forever. Slowly opening the classroom door, she tells him she doesn't know when they'll meet again. But until then, she wants him to remember one thing. A faint smile spreads across her face as she caresses her stomach and looks back at him one last time. "Don't forget me." And with those words lingering in the air, she leaves. After Mido leaves, the classroom falls into a crushing silence. Kazumi remains kneeling on the floor, exhausted and covered in the aftermath of everything that happened, while Yotsuya sits nearby, trembling uncontrollably. The words Mido forced into her mind continue to echo over and over again. "I hate Ichinose. I hate Ichinose." The repetition loops endlessly inside her head, mixed together with the fear, humiliation, and pain she endured. Kazumi slowly reaches toward her, trying to help remove the headphones and restraints, carefully undoing what Mido had left behind. The moment their eyes meet, Yotsuya breaks down again. Tears stream down her face as she stares at him and asks why, wondering if it is already too late. Unable to answer properly, Kazumi moves closer and pulls her into an embrace. She buries her face against him and cries, desperately clinging to him as if she might fall apart otherwise. For a brief moment, neither of them says anything. They simply remain there, holding on to each other, amid the wreckage left behind. Then the guilt begins to surface. Through tears, Yotsuya repeats the things Mido forced her to say. She asks him to tell her that she does not hate him. She asks him to say it. She begs him to tell her she doesn't truly hate Kazumi and to stop chasing after him. The words come out broken and confused, tangled together with everything Mido drilled into her during her captivity. Kazumi immediately reassures her and asks if she's all right. Overwhelmed by fear and shame, Yotsuya suddenly pushes him away. Her hand strikes his face before she can stop herself. The sound echoes through the room as she cries out, telling him not to touch her. The instant it happens, regret floods her expression. Kazumi doesn't get angry. He simply calls her name and apologizes, but Yotsuya shakes her head. No, it isn't his fault. Through sobs she blames herself instead, insisting that everything happened because of her. Kazumi lowers his head and apologizes again, saying he got her involved and that he couldn't do anything to protect her. The promise he made to keep her safe flashes through his mind, along with all the moments they shared together. His voice trembles as he admits that he failed. He couldn't keep his promise. He couldn't protect the people he cared about. Tears begin to run down his face as well. And for a while, the two of them simply cry together in the empty classroom. Neither knows what to say anymore. Neither knows how to fix what happened. Slowly, the crying begins to subside. Their breathing steadies little by little as the silence returns. Yotsuya wipes at her eyes and struggles to stand. The distance between them feels strangely larger now, not because either of them wants it, but because what happened has left wounds neither of them can immediately heal. They remain facing one another in silence until Yotsuya finally turns away. Outside the school, she pauses for a moment and looks back one last time. A faint smile appears on her face despite everything. Raising a hand to her ear, she quietly says goodbye. "See you later." Then she walks away into the night, leaving Kazumi standing alone, with the memories of everything that happened. 5 years pass. Kazumi is now 22 years old, living a completely different life from the one he knew in high school. Late at night, his phone alarm drags him awake in a small apartment. Beside him lies a woman with light hair, still wrapped in the sheets. She lazily asks if he's already leaving, despite it being past midnight, reminding him that he has work soon. Their conversation is casual and intimate, filled with the familiarity of two adults who have spent time together. She teases him about wanting sex all day, laughing softly while he responds with an awkward smile. Despite the playful atmosphere, there is a distance in his eyes that never fully disappears. When she notices something bothering him and asks if money is the problem, even offering to lend him some, despite insisting they are just friends with benefits, Kazumi politely refuses. He tells her it is something he has to handle himself. The woman isn't entirely convinced, but she lets it go. After saying goodbye, he leaves the apartment and heads out into the night. Later, he meets an old friend at a bar. The two sit across from each other, raising their glasses and exchanging casual conversation. His friend, Gajo Itsuki, jokes about getting off work early, and comments that Kazumi still seems to be carrying more burdens than before. The conversation starts lightheartedly, but eventually shifts toward the past. Itsuki brings up high school, and asks the question he has avoided for years. What really happened that day? He reminds Kazumi that after everything, Yatsuya stopped coming to school, and Kazumi himself became withdrawn and depressed, shutting everyone out. 5 years have passed, yet he still refuses to explain. Kazumi admits that his friend is right. Even now, he cannot tell anyone the truth, not yet. There are still things he has to do first. When this is all over, he promises, he will explain everything. Itsuki studies him quietly, before asking whether he is looking for someone. The question hangs in the air for a moment, before Kazumi's phone vibrates. Before leaving, Itsuki casually mentions that there will be girls joining them next time, and tells him to come along. Kazumi agrees half-heartedly, but his mind is already elsewhere. The conversation has stirred memories he never truly escaped from. As he walks away, his thoughts return to the years after his confrontation with Mito. He left home shortly after graduating high school. He deliberately avoided relying on anyone else and devoted himself entirely to a single goal. Every decision he made, every year that passed, had been spent chasing the same answer. The only clue he ever possessed came from Fumika's case, a single photograph taken during an elementary school field trip. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him moving. Over time, he hired a private investigator and continued searching. Now, years later, his persistence is finally beginning to pay off. A message arrives. The investigator explains that a possible subject matching the photograph has been located and attaches an image. Kazumi immediately opens it. The photograph fills the screen. The lone girl stands near a railing. Even after all these years, he recognizes her instantly. For a moment, he simply stares at the image, unable to look away. Then a faint smile appears on his face. The search is finally coming to an end. He quietly tells her to wait for him, because he has finally found the lead he has been chasing for 5 years. No matter how much time it takes, no matter how much of his life he has to spend, he swears that he will find her. His grip tightens around the phone as the emotions he has carried for years rise to the surface. The promise that follows is cold and absolute. Once he finds Mito, he is going to kill her. After receiving the photograph from the investigator, Kazumi can think of little else. He stares at the image again and again, studying the girl standing near the railing, searching for any sign that the lead might be false. But the more he looks, the more convinced he becomes. The years of searching may finally be over. Mito is real. Holding the phone tightly, he tells himself that he has to go. He has to see for himself. If there is even the slightest chance that the photograph is genuine, he cannot afford to ignore it. The determination that carried him through 5 years of searching burns stronger than ever. 3 days later, after making arrangements and preparing for the trip, he finally leaves his apartment with a single destination in mind. At work, however, his unusually good mood does not go unnoticed. As he goes about his shift, quietly humming to himself, one of his coworkers immediately points it out. She has never seen him like this before. Normally he keeps to himself, but today he looks genuinely happy. When she asks why, Kazumi hesitates before admitting that he may finally be able to meet someone he has wanted to see for a very long time. The answer only sparks more curiosity. His coworker instantly assumes it must be a girl and begins teasing him. Is it a long-distance girlfriend? Is she finally coming to visit? The questions keep coming, but Kazumi simply shakes his head. It is nothing like that. Even so, he cannot completely hide the excitement in his expression. His coworker laughs and tells him that whatever it is, seeing him happy is a good thing. Later that night, he returns to the apartment and finds himself once again with the woman he has been seeing casually. She notices his mood immediately and comments on it. When he tells her he may finally meet someone important, she warns him that if he had a girlfriend, saying something like that would be terrible. Kazumi quietly replies that he never said he was interested in romance. The conversation drifts naturally between them. She jokes about relationships, attraction, and a complicated way people deal with loneliness. Kazumi listens but remains distracted. His thoughts continually drift back to the photograph. Every passing hour brings him closer to the answer he has spent years chasing. Even when she suggests spending more time together, he can only offer absent-minded responses. His mind is already somewhere else. After that, he walks through the city, carrying only what he needs. He thinks about how strange it is that everything might end here. For 5 years he has lived for this moment. He remembers the photograph. He remembers Fumika. He remembers Yotsuya. Most of all, he remembers Mido. Soon he will finally see her again. Soon he will finally have answers. Despite the hatred he has carried all these years, he cannot deny the excitement rising inside him. He has waited too long to turn back now. Eventually, he reaches the apartment building connected to the photograph. Standing in front of the door, he notices something immediately. It is unlocked. Slowly, cautiously, he pushes it open and steps inside. The room is silent. Then he hears a voice. Calm, familiar, a voice he has not heard in 5 years. Kazumi freezes. His eyes widen as the figure turns toward him. Mido stands there as if no time has passed at all. She looks at him, smiles softly, and greets him with simple words. Welcome back. Kazumi freezes the moment the girl turns toward him and says those familiar words. For an instant, he genuinely believes he has found Mido after 5 years of searching, but the confusion quickly sets in. The girl standing in front of him looks nothing like the person he remembers. Calmly, she explains how she got inside. The mailbox had been empty, and finding a spare key hidden nearby was surprisingly easy. Looking around the apartment, she casually comments on how empty it feels, as if she is discussing an ordinary visit rather than breaking into a stranger's home. Kazumi immediately demands answers, asking who she is and threatening to call the police. But the girl simply smiles. She introduces herself as Yotsuya Shino. The name stops him cold. Seeing his reaction, she asks if he remembers Yotsuya. Then she reveals the truth. Shino is Yotsuya's younger sister. The two move to a family restaurant to talk. Even after sitting across from her, Kazumi struggles to process what he is hearing. He asks the obvious question. Why has she come to see him now? Shino immediately notices his thoughts. The answer is written all over his face. He wants to know if this has something to do with Mido. Kazumi admits he has no time for games. The moment he says Mido's name, Shino smiles knowingly and tells him that he seems to have finally found her. Only a handful of people know about the investigation. No one else should know what he has been doing. He slams his hand against the table and demands to know how she found out. Shino remains completely calm. She explains that she only wanted to learn more about what happened back then. That incident, the one that changed her sister's life. As the conversation continues, Shino finally explains her side of the story. Back when she was in middle school, her older sister suddenly stopped leaving her room. For an entire month she could hear Yotsuya crying behind the closed door. Their mother refused to explain what had happened, leaving Shino with nothing but questions. Desperate to understand, she tried approaching her sister carefully, hoping to learn the truth herself. But Yotsuya treated her like a child and refused to tell her anything. Eventually, Shino left home and started living on her own, but the mystery never left her mind. The only thing she knew for certain was that whenever Yotsuya seemed happiest, it was always because of Ichinose Kazumi. Years later, she began searching on her own. Most of what she learned came from the internet. She discovered that Kazumi's childhood friend had been murdered. She found references to a girl named Mido Saki. Piece by piece, she gathered fragments of information, but none of it explained why her sister's life had fallen apart. Then, she learned something else. A woman connected to the case had a boyfriend. That discovery led her to investigate further, and eventually, she found herself standing in front of Kazumi. She openly admits that she chose a public place to meet, because she already knew what had happened inside his apartment. She has been watching him for a long time. The confession leaves Kazumi stunned. Shino explains that she never believed her sister was simply dating someone. The more she looked into the past, the less sense everything made. There were too many unanswered questions. Why did the incident in elementary school happen? Why was Mido somehow connected to both tragedies? Why did Yotsuya completely withdraw from the world afterward? None of it added up. Looking directly at Kazumi, she asks him if what she heard from her sister is true. She asks if he knows what really happened. The moment Mido's name comes up again, Kazumi reacts immediately, grabbing the edge of the table as memories come rushing back. Shino notices the reaction at once. Perhaps, she says quietly, Mido would be able to answer those questions better than anyone else. Then the atmosphere changes completely. Shino suddenly leans across the table, closing the distance between them. Her expression becomes serious for the first time since they met. Kazumi instinctively pulls back, caught off guard by how close she is. Shino stares directly into his eyes and asks if there's anything wrong with wanting answers. After learning that Yotsuya is supposedly nearby, Kazumi immediately demands answers. But instead of giving him a direct explanation, Shino tells him that her sister is right over there. Later, while resting in his teacher's arms, his thoughts race, trying to understand what she means earlier. But Sensei remains calm, almost amused by his reaction. When she presses him again about what happened, he sidesteps the question and begins talking about Yotsuya instead. She admits Yotsuya once had a rabbit she loved very much. The sudden change in topic leaves Kazumi confused, yet Sensei continues speaking as if following her own train of thought. She explains that after the incident years ago, they never truly gave the culprit what they wanted. Eventually she learned that Yotsuya stopped coming to school, and ever since then, she has found herself wondering if things might have turned out differently. Maybe she should have noticed sooner. Kazumi tries to interrupt, but Sensei waves it off, admitting that she may simply be rambling. The conversation drifts into more personal territory when Sensei casually asks whether he wants to talk about Yotsuya. She reminds him that she once promised not to interfere in whatever relationship existed between them, but now she seems willing to ignore that promise. Kazumi becomes visibly uncomfortable, insisting that knowing too much about someone isn't a good thing. Sensei laughs softly at that, telling him it isn't a problem if she knows too much. In fact, she almost envies him. She admits she was genuinely amazed by the role he played in her sister's life. Through all those years, Kazumi remained someone Yotsuya could rely on. Even when she says it, however, there is no bitterness in her voice. If anything, she sounds disappointed in herself. He gladly exclaims she has been such a dependable teacher all that hard time. Then he points out that she looks surprisingly attractive lying in bed, and jokingly calls it his revenge. The comment instantly flusters both of them. Kazumi tries to protest, while Sensei awkwardly admits she did not expect herself to say something like that. For a moment the tension breaks, replaced by an awkward and almost normal interaction. Yet beneath the jokes, the sadness remains. Later, Kazumi leaves and visits Yotsuya's old school. Standing alone outside the building, he reflects on everything he has learned. The place feels abandoned compared to the memories he carries. He remembers Yotsuya's kindness, her stubbornness, and all the times she smiled, despite everything she was carrying. The more he thinks about her, the more convinced he becomes that this story isn't just his anymore. He calls himself stupid for not realizing it sooner. What happened didn't only affect him, Yotsuya suffered too. His thoughts returned to a conversation from months earlier. Back then, Shino had shown him a photograph of her sister and asked a simple question. Did they get along? At first, he answered honestly. Yotsuya looked healthier than she had in years. She laughed more, she could talk with other people again. For a while, it seemed like she was recovering. But the truth was more complicated. As soon as she was left alone, panic would take over. Even ordinary things became difficult. She couldn't stay alone in the bath. She couldn't stay alone in the bathroom. Sometimes Shino had to sit outside and wait for her. Watching over her became part of everyday life. For Shino, it wasn't a burden. She was family. She simply wanted to be there for her sister. When Shino says that, Kazumi falls silent. If Yotsuya can smile now, then she must be doing better. She must be moving forward. Yet, hearing the details makes him realize just how deep the scars still run. Then Shino mentioned something else. About 6 months ago, she took a picture of Yotsuya. Everything seemed fine at the time. Kazumi immediately notices the implication. Something changed after that. The atmosphere shifts. His expression hardens as he asks if something happened to Yotsuya. Shino doesn't answer directly. Instead, she smiles sadly and says they should meet again another time. She has to leave. Kazumi quickly stops her. He reminds her that she still hasn't told him anything. If she expects answers from him, then shouldn't she be fair and answer his questions too? Shino pauses near the exit before turning back toward him. She tells him that she'll come see him again. If he answers her question next time, then maybe they can finally discuss her sister properly. With that promise, she leaves, calling it a good meal, as she walks away, leaving Kazumi alone with even more questions than before. Back in his apartment, Kazumi tries to organize his thoughts, but it is impossible. Every answer seems to create new mysteries. Why did Shino really come to him? Why reveal that Yotsuya is nearby? Why avoid telling him what happened? He tells himself to stop thinking about it. There are more important things to worry about. If he succeeds tomorrow, everything will be over. If he kills Mito, this long nightmare will finally end. He prepares himself for what comes next. The following day, while riding the train toward his destination, Kazumi notices someone approaching him. Before he can react, a familiar voice breaks the silence. Shino has appeared again. Looking directly at him, she points out how tense he looks, and casually remarks that he seems like someone preparing to kill another person. The words hit with uncomfortable accuracy, leaving Kazumi staring at her in stunned silence. Kazumi arrives at the city where Mito is supposed to be living, his thoughts completely occupied by the promise he made to himself years ago. The moment he steps off the train, employees from the investigation company approach him and confirm his identity. They explain that they have been waiting for him and that the search is finally over. Before he can focus on what they are saying, however, another familiar face appears. Shino casually walks up and introduces herself as Ichino's assistant, acting as though she belongs there. Kazumi immediately demands to know why she came, but Shino only smiles and reminds him that he is about to meet Mito. Naturally, she intends to come along. When they board the train together, Shino finally explains herself. She admits that she entered his apartment, set up a wiretap, and followed his movements because she wanted answers about her sister. She has no intention of backing down now. If Kazumi is going to chase the truth, then she is going with him. She even jokes that she is prepared to follow him all the way to hell if necessary. Kazumi can only stare at her in disbelief. He tells her to meet him on the observation deck so they can talk properly. Away from the others, he finally lays out the situation. If the police become involved, the photographs Mito took of Yotsuya could be released. As Yotsuya's sister, Shino could become a target as well. He warns her that this is dangerous, but instead of being frightened, Shino bursts into laughter. The possibility doesn't scare her at all. What bothers her more is the simple fact that her sister suffered while no one could stop it. The laughter disappears as quickly as it came. Looking directly at Kazumi, Shino tells him what she truly thinks. In the end, he failed to protect Yotsuya. The words land heavily because he cannot deny them. He lowers his head and quietly agrees. He couldn't protect her. He couldn't stop what happened. That is precisely why he came here. His expression hardens as he declares that he will kill Mito with his own hands. Shino studies him silently. There is no hesitation in his voice. No uncertainty. Just a cold determination that has been building for 5 years. After a long pause, she simply nods and says she understands. As they continue traveling, the investigators explain how they found Mito. About a year ago, they received Kazumi's request and began tracing every lead connected to Mito's Saki. The search was difficult because she had changed her name and hidden her tracks, but eventually they found someone who matched the information. They even sent Kazumi a recent photograph days earlier. According to their investigation, Mito now works at a kindergarten. The statement immediately creates an uncomfortable silence. Kazumi stares out the window, while Shino struggles to process what she just heard. A woman connected to murder, obsession, and years of suffering now spends her days caring for children. The contradiction feels impossible to accept. Eventually they arrive. The investigators point toward the building and confirm that this is Mito's workplace. Looking through the fence, they see children playing happily in the yard. Then they see her. A woman with long dark hair stands among the children with a gentle smile on her face. For a moment, Kazumi can barely believe what he is seeing. This woman looks nothing like the Mito he remembers. She appears calm, kind, ordinary. Yet the investigators are certain this is Mito's Saki. She simply changed her name and moved on with her life. Shino cannot understand it. How can someone responsible for so much suffering stand there smiling as if nothing ever happened? How can she work with children and live peacefully after everything she did? The sight leaves Kazumi equally confused. He spent years imagining this moment, years convincing himself that finding her would bring clarity. But standing here only creates more questions. Mito notices movement nearby and turns her head slightly. Her eyes settle on Kazumi. The moment their gazes meet, time seems to stop. Kazumi feels his heart pound violently in his chest as memories of the past come flooding back, all at once. Shino watches his reaction carefully. To her, Mito's peaceful expression is unbearable. It feels as though Yotsuya's suffering meant nothing, as though all those years of fear, panic, and isolation never happened. Her grip tightens around her bag, while Kazumi remains frozen, staring at the woman he spent half a decade searching for. Then, slowly, he steps out of the car. His eyes never leave Mito. The confusion disappears from his face, replaced by the same determination that carried him here. No matter what happens next, he tells himself that this ends today. After 5 years of searching, running, and waiting, he has finally found Mito's Saki, and he swears that before the day is over, everything will be finished. Standing outside the kindergarten, looking directly at her, he quietly thanks her for everything and tells himself that he can finally end it today. But Mito's reaction is nothing like he expected. Instead of recognizing him, she simply looks confused and asks whether he is a parent. The question catches him completely off guard. A small child clings to her side while she politely apologizes for not recognizing him. Assuming he has come to pick someone up, Kazumi can only laugh in disbelief. The confusion quickly turns into anger. He grabs her shoulders and demands answers. He doesn't care what name she uses now. He refuses to let her claim she forgot everything. He reminds her of what she did. Of what she did to all of them. Mito immediately panics, trying to pull away while protecting the child behind her. Tears begin forming in her eyes as she stammers that the police will be here soon. Seeing her reaction only frustrates him more. This isn't the Mito he remembers. This isn't the girl who ruined lives with a smile on her face. Yet she genuinely looks terrified. The child starts crying. Nearby adults begin noticing the commotion. Within moments, a police officer intervenes, grabbing Kazumi and separating him from Mito. The scene looks terrible from the outside. A grown man is yelling at a frightened kindergarten teacher in front of children. As the officer drags him away, Kazumi struggles desperately, shouting her name and insisting that she is evil. He points at her repeatedly, screaming that she is Mito, that she is responsible. But to everyone else, he simply looks unstable. Mito clutches the crying child and watches silently as he is taken away. Later, after the situation calms down, an explanation finally emerges. According to someone familiar with Mito's condition, she suffers from severe amnesia, not ordinary forgetfulness, but memory loss so extreme that she has forgotten nearly everything from her life. The explanation leaves Kazumi stunned. They describe how she rebuilt her life through notes, reminders, and records she keeps for herself. Every day she depends on those records to understand who she is and what she has done. Yet despite that effort, everything before a certain point remains lost. The cause remains unclear. It doesn't seem like a normal medical condition. Some even suggest it feels almost supernatural. Kazumi struggles to accept what he is hearing. Memory loss? After everything that happened? It sounds absurd. Impossible. Yet the people around her speak with complete sincerity. They explain that they have known her for a long time. They have looked into her condition. They understand what she is dealing with. Kazumi asks the question that immediately comes to mind. Did she really forget everything? The answer offers no certainty, but the possibility alone is enough to shake him. As the discussion continues, it becomes clear that someone has been quietly investigating Mido for years. Not to punish her, not to expose her, simply to understand what happened. They admit that her past remains deeply suspicious, but at the same time, the woman they know now seems completely different from the person described by Kazumi. That contradiction leaves everyone uncomfortable. If Mido truly remembers nothing, then what exactly should be done with her? And if she remembers more than she admits, then why live this way? Before leaving, Kazumi receives a final warning. If he encounters Mido again, he should be careful, not for her sake, but for someone else's. The meaning remains unclear, but the words linger in his mind long after the conversation ends. He leaves carrying more doubts than answers, his certainty beginning to crack, for the first time since he started this journey. That evening, he meets Shino again in a quiet park. Shino notices Kazumi's exhaustion, conflict, and uncertainty. When he tells her about Mido's condition, she listens quietly. Then she confesses her own thoughts. She has replayed the events that happened to her sister over and over, trying to understand them. But she still doesn't know whether she's doing this for Yatsuya or for herself. The confession hangs between them as the evening grows darker. The conversation drifts into silence. Shino gently asks what he is thinking now. After finally finding Mido, after spending years promising revenge, what does he plan to do? Kazumi stares into the distance for a long moment. The hatred is still there, the pain is still there, but so is confusion. Looking down at his hands, he finally gives the only honest answer he can. He hasn't decided yet. After sitting in silence for a long time, Kazumi finally answers Shido's question. Looking out across the dark playground, he says that he has made up his mind. The situation with Mido is strangely similar to what happened with Fumika and Yatsuya. If Mido truly forgot everything, if her memories disappeared because of amnesia, shouldn't that be enough? Shouldn't that settle things? But even as he asks himself the question, he already knows the answer, because unlike Mido, he remembers. He remembers every moment, every scar, every consequence. No matter what happens to her memories, The things she did will remain with him for the rest of his life. Shino listens quietly, before admitting that she agrees with part of what he's saying. Even if Mito's memory returns someday, the photographs taken of her sister won't disappear. The damage won't suddenly be undone. Yotsuya's suffering won't vanish, just because the person responsible no longer remembers causing it. In that sense, Shino understands why he came all this way. She even admits that seeing Mito forced to confront the past might bring her a small sense of relief. But that isn't what Kazumi is talking about. He shakes his head and insists that revenge was never really the beginning of this journey. His expression tightens as he says it. This was always about Mito. About Fumika. About Yotsuya. About all the feelings left unresolved for years. The answer immediately catches Shino's attention. She asks him a simple question. Who exactly is he trying to kill Mito for? Is it for her sister? For Fumika's family? For someone else? The question leaves him speechless. Shino keeps pushing. Nobody asked him to do this. Nobody told him he had to carry this burden. So why is he doing it? Why does he believe revenge belongs to him? Standing directly in front of him, she asks whether he is really trying to help anyone or whether he simply wants to satisfy his own feelings. Kazumi struggles to answer. Mito has lost her memories. The threat she once posed to Yotsuya is gone. Even the photographs that haunted him for years no longer seem to matter in the same way. Yet despite all of that, he still wants revenge. The realization forces him to confront something he has avoided ever since arriving here. Shino points out that if someone somehow restored Mito's memories tomorrow, then perhaps the danger would return. Perhaps Yotsuya could be hurt again. But that possibility isn't what brought him here. The truth reaches much deeper than that. For years, Shino says, she believed Kazumi was nothing more than a victim. Looking at him now, she isn't so sure anymore. He talks about Fumika. He talks about Yotsuya. He talks about protecting others, yet every explanation eventually circles back to the same place. His own inability to forgive. One memory after another flashes through his mind. The school rooftop, Yotsuya's tears, Fumika's smile, Mito's confession, the years spent searching. Shino watches his expression carefully and asks if all of this isn't simply another way of saying that he hates Mito and cannot move on. The accusation hits harder than expected. Kazumi rejects it, insisting she's wrong. This isn't just hatred or a grudge. Shino calmly points out that his plan benefits no one. If he wants revenge, he should do it alone. Her words grow blunt as she reveals something unexpected. Mito wasn't an unbeatable monster or pure evil. She was never challenged and allowed to continue until everything collapsed. The conversation becomes more uncomfortable as Shino shifts the focus to herself. She reminds Kazumi that she's only Yotsuya's sister. She was just a witness when everything happened. She acknowledges her limits in understanding Fumika's loss and Kazumi's pain. Neither can fully comprehend Yotsuya's family's ordeal. Some experiences are unique to those who lived them. Some wounds can be observed, but never shared. As night falls, Shino finishes her drink and shares a lingering thought. Speaking for those who lost family in a tragedy is like claiming to understand their feelings from outside the fire. No matter how sincere, there's always a distance. She tells him side characters shouldn't take over someone else's story. Kazumi stands silent beneath the dark sky, unable to respond. For the first time since finding Midu, his certainty cracks. The conversation comes to an end. She tells him she'll return to the hotel first, and advises him to think carefully before coming back. Kazumi remains alone in the park, still wrestling with his thoughts, when another voice suddenly calls out. Turning around, he finds Midu standing there. She looks nervous but determined, admitting that she had been looking for him. She explains that she got off work early and waited near the police station after hearing about what happened. Seeing that he is still nearby seems to bring her some relief. Then, after gathering her courage, she tells him that she wants to ask him something about herself. She knows she's in no position to make such a request, especially after how he reacted when they first met, but she has never spoken to anyone who knew her before she lost her memories. Even if they didn't get along, even if their relationship was bad, he is the first person from her forgotten past that she has ever met. Lowering her head, she asks him to tell her about who she used to be. Kazumi immediately questions why she would even want to know, but Mito remains firm. Eventually he agrees on one condition. If he's going to tell her anything, he'll do it at her house. The answer catches both women off guard. Shino instantly reacts, while Mito can only stare in surprise. Kazumi then shifts the topic, bringing up the photographs that Mito took of Yotsuya years ago. If Mito truly lost her memories, then perhaps she no longer remembers where those photographs are. If they still exist somewhere, he wants to find them. He wants them deleted. Mito quietly listens and agrees to help search. The discussion quickly turns into an argument over who should accompany Mido. Shino initially insists that she can handle it herself, since the issue concerns her sister. But Kazumi points out that if anyone can help identify things connected to Mido's past, it would be him. After some back and forth, Shino finally gives in. If he wants to go, then he should do it now while he has the chance. Mido seems relieved by the decision, and the three eventually part ways for the night. Back at the hotel, Kazumi finds himself unable to relax. He contacts the investigation company and arranges for them to handle the remaining details in Tokyo. Alone with his thoughts, he reflects on everything that happened. For years he convinced himself that killing Mido was his purpose. He believed that was the reason he kept moving forward. Yet now, after finally finding her, that certainty feels weaker than before. Sitting quietly in his room, he begins to wonder if all of it was really for Fumika and Nirtsuya, or if it was simply his own ego. The next day arrives, and Kazumi waits outside as planned. Before long, Shino appears, carrying luggage, and casually announces that she spent the night at Mido's place. The statement immediately catches him off guard. A few moments later, Mido arrives as well, apologizing for making them wait. Kazumi can't help asking why the two of them are together, but Shino simply explains that she'll be joining them too. Mido then reveals her reason. The principal of a kindergarten may know something about her past. There could be clues connected to her lost memories, and she wants help looking into it. She promises that after visiting the kindergarten, she won't bother Kazumi anymore. As the conversation seems to settle, Mido suddenly moves closer to Shino, wrapping herself around her from behind. She casually mentions that they spent time together the previous night. Then, with a small smile, she admits that she wants the two of them to become even closer. Shino freezes instantly, while Kazumi watches the strange interaction unfold. Mido leans in slightly, and softly calls his name. Kazumi. The trip back begins with the three of them riding the Shinkansen together. Mido sits beside Kazumi with a bright smile on her face, humming happily as she looks out the window. She casually says that she likes traveling, and remarks that this is the only way back home. Then, without hesitation, she reaches toward him and asks if they can hold hands. The request catches him completely off guard. To Mido, it feels like a date. To Kazumi, it is something far more complicated. Even as he tries to avoid the topic, she keeps pressing, insisting that she came all this way to see him. Shino watches the exchange from nearby, eventually stepping in and telling Kazumi that ignoring her is painful to watch. Mido quickly agrees, and even suggests that he should take Shino out sometime as well. When they arrive, and continue walking together, Mido suddenly grabs his hand anyway, smiling triumphantly when he doesn't immediately pull away. The simple gesture seems to make her genuinely happy. As they walk, she asks what she should call him, enjoying the fact that they're finally spending time together. The mood remains strangely light, until Mido casually reveals something that stops Kazumi in his tracks. The police had told her it was memory loss. She believed it too. But yesterday, when she saw him at the kindergarten, her memories started returning. At first only fragments came back, but by the time they met again in the park, everything had returned. Every memory, every detail. She remembers all of it now. Kazumi freezes. Mido simply smiles. She explains it as though it's the most natural thing in the world. Meeting him again brought everything back. Maybe, she jokes, it was the power of love. The cheerful delivery only makes the confession more unsettling. To her, yesterday was wonderful. She got her memories back. She met Kazumi again. She spent time with Shino. As she talks, however, the details become increasingly disturbing. She casually mentions spending the night with Shino, and admits that she enjoyed being around her. She even talks about pulling out Shino's piercings one by one as punishment, describing it with the same innocent smile she wore moments earlier. Kazumi can only stare in disbelief, as the contrast between her expression and her words grows more frightening with every sentence. The sound of the train arriving interrupts the conversation before he can properly respond. Mido happily announces that they should continue talking on the ride back to Tokyo. Once seated, she apologizes to Shino for taking the seat next to Kazumi, claiming there isn't enough room for all three of them together. Then she turns her full attention back toward him. Looking directly into his eyes, she asks why he allowed her to return with them. What exactly is he planning to do now that she remembers everything? Kazumi struggles to answer. The revenge that drove him for 5 years feels distant compared to the reality sitting beside him. Mido doesn't like the silence last. She casually remarks that she'd rather not stay in the town where she lost her memories and experienced bad luck. Then, she brings up something else she learned while her memories were gone. She discovered quite a bit about Kazumi's current life. More specifically, she discovered the women around him. Her smile remains calm as she points out that he seems to be flirting with multiple women. Kazumi immediately tenses. The atmosphere in the train car shifts. Mitu's tone remains light, but there is something unmistakably familiar underneath it. The same possessiveness, the same obsession. Then, she finally gives her conclusion. If his cheating problem isn't getting any better, she'll help him fix it herself. She says it with complete confidence, as if she's offering a reasonable solution. Until he improves, she'll take care of all the women around him. Mitu smiles warmly, and tells him not to worry. Everything will be fine, he can relax. Because she won't stand for it anymore. The ride back to Tokyo continues with Mito sitting beside Kazumi, calmly discussing the women in his life. After learning more about his current situation, she tells him that if his behavior doesn't improve, she'll deal with the women around him herself. Kazumi immediately dismisses the idea as ridiculous, insisting that he isn't dating anyone and that he barely even keeps in contact with most of them. Mito listens quietly before pointing out that she heard otherwise from Shino. According to what she learned, he has been involved with several women. Even if he doesn't see it that way, she clearly does. Kazumi tries to explain himself, but Mito isn't interested in excuses. If he really thought he could manage that many people, she says, then he made a mistake. This time she won't fail. This time she's angry. Holding his hand, Mito admits that more than anything else, she's upset about the time she lost. Because of her amnesia, years disappeared from her life. While she forgot everything, Kazumi continued living without her. Now that her memories have returned, she can't ignore that reality. She quietly says that if she misses even a single person, she loses. That's how she sees it. Her love for him hasn't changed, and because of that she wants him to stop. Kazumi raises his voice and tells her to stop talking like that, but Mito only looks at him sadly. She says she understands that he wants to be with other people. She understands his feelings. What she doesn't understand is why that should matter when the answer seems so obvious to her. If he wants her to stop, then he should keep his promises. The conversation becomes increasingly uncomfortable as Mito leans closer and asks him to make a promise. Just this once, she says. She wants him to look only at her, to love only her. That's all she has ever wanted. She asks if it's really such a difficult wish. Kazumi falls silent, while Shino watches from nearby. Mito waits patiently for an answer, reminding him that they still have plenty of time before reaching Tokyo. She wants him to think carefully. She wants a real answer. Without waiting any longer, Mito suddenly decides to leave her seat. Cheerfully announcing that she's going to spend some time with Shino, she heads toward her while Kazumi remains frozen in place. A few moments later she returns carrying drinks. Claiming to be a healthcare professional who cares deeply about hydration, she insists that Shino drink plenty of water. Shino reluctantly accepts, while Mito happily watches over her. What starts as a simple joke gradually becomes stranger as Mito continues encouraging her to drink more and more. Kazumi notices the look on Shino's face immediately. She is already uncomfortable. As Shino struggles through another bottle, Kazumi quietly asks Mito what exactly she did to her the night before. Mito answers casually. She explains that she and Shino spent time together, and she seems genuinely pleased about it. Then she turns back toward Shino and tells her to endure a little longer. When Kazumi asks what she means, Mito reveals that she hasn't allowed Shino to use the bathroom since the previous day. The statement leaves him stunned. Shino's expression immediately confirms it. She's been holding it in the entire time. Mito, meanwhile, treats it like a game. She even starts placing bets on how long Shino can last before reaching Tokyo. Mito crouches beside Shino and asks whether she thinks she'll make it all the way back. Maybe she'll hold out until Tokyo. Or maybe, Mito suggests with a smile, she'll end up wetting herself right there on the train. Shino can barely respond. Watching the exchange, Kazumi finally tries to step in. But Mito immediately reassures him that there is no need to rush. After all, they still have time. Looking directly at him, she asks one final question. If he refuses to make a decision, does he really want to increase the number of victims around him? The smile on her face never disappears. The ride back to Tokyo continues with Shino pushed completely to her limit. Mito cheerfully treats the situation like a game, asking Kazumi whether he thinks Shino will make it all the way to Tokyo, or if she'll end up embarrassing herself first. Shino desperately begs her to stop, but Mito only reminds her that she was punished yesterday and shouldn't be speaking so freely. Every attempt to complain is immediately met with another warning. Shino apologizes again and again, trying to endure, but Mito refuses to let the topic drop. As the pressure builds, Shino struggles to hold herself together. Mito leans closer and casually tells her not to talk about it, acting as though the entire situation is perfectly normal. Kazumi finally intervenes, telling Mito to stop already and asking what she is even trying to accomplish. Mito looks back at him without changing her expression. To her, this is simply part of the game they are playing. Shino's condition only gets worse. She can barely sit still anymore, trembling as she fights to hold on. Even Kazumi starts to look uncomfortable watching it. Mito, however, calmly points out that if a grown woman ended up having an accident in a place like this, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Then, with the same casual smile, she suggests that if it comes to that, Shino should remove her underwear first. The suggestion leaves both of them speechless. Mito laughs while Shino desperately tries to refuse. Kazumi attempts to change the subject, but Mito immediately brings the conversation back to him. She reminds him about the promise she asked for. This time she says he should look only at her, love only her. While Shino struggles beside them, Mito quietly tells him to think carefully about his answer. Every time he hesitates, she simply hands Shino more water. Shino can barely keep up, coughing and shaking as she forces herself to drink. Eventually the situation reaches its breaking point. Tears stream down Shino's face as she begs for help, unable to endure any longer. Seeing her like that finally pushes Kazumi to give in. He tells Mito that he'll do whatever she says, anything, just stop. Mito looks at him for a moment before calmly replying that it can't be helped. Then she tells him that Shino's condition is getting serious. With a smile, Mito helps Shino to her feet. Shino immediately tries to head toward the restroom, but Mito blocks her path and asks where she thinks she's going. When Shino stammers out that she needs the bathroom, Mito casually replies that needing the bathroom doesn't mean she gets to go. The answer leaves Shino horrified. Kazumi quickly reminds Mito that she promised. Mito pauses and looks back at him. She heard what he said, because he told her to stop. If he really wants her to keep that promise, then he should sit quietly and watch. Otherwise, she offers another option. She points toward the restroom and asks if he wants to do it there. The pressure continues building. Mito asks whether he plans to break another promise, while Shino desperately begs for help. She reminds Kazumi once again that she only wants one thing from him. Around them, Shino trembles uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Mito crouches beside her and asks how long she intends to keep talking without permission. She even wonders aloud whether she should punish her first. The teasing continues until Shino finally panics. Then, everything happens at once. Shino blurts out that she got scared and started stripping because she thought she wouldn't make it. Mito immediately tells her that she's forgiven and can finally use the bathroom. But the permission comes too late. The moment the words leave Mito's mouth, Shino's body gives out. Tears fill her eyes as drops begin falling to the floor. She freezes in place, realizing what has happened. Then, as casually as ever, she tells Shino not to worry. After all, she wasn't being punished anymore, so she won't get angry. Mito continues smiling, completely unbothered by the scene unfolding in front of her. Shino's body finally gives out. The permission comes too late and tears stream down her face as she loses control right there in the train car. Mito watches the scene unfold with a cheerful smile, casually remarking that Shino simply couldn't hold it anymore. Humiliated beyond words, Shino tries desperately to hide herself, but the damage is already done. Passengers begin to notice the commotion. The sound draws attention from nearby seats, and the more people look, the more panicked she becomes. She tries covering herself with her hands, shaking uncontrollably as she begs for it to stop. Kazumi can only stare in disbelief, while Mito remains completely calm. Moving closer to the crying girl, she gently pats her head and tells her everything is fine. According to Mito, Shino managed to do exactly what she wanted her to do. The reassurance does nothing to help. Shino continues sobbing, unable to bear the humiliation. When Mito asks if she's finally going to talk back, the answer comes out between tears. Shino breaks down completely, screaming for her to stop, and asking why she keeps doing this. The outburst doesn't change Mito's expression. Looking directly at her, she calmly delivers another threat. If things continue like this, she says, she'll kill Yotsuya. The words immediately silence Shino. Any resistance she had left disappears. Mito simply smiles and dismisses it as something that can't be helped, because Shino is still just a child. Eventually a train attendant approaches after hearing the noise. Mito instantly changes her demeanor, politely apologizing and explaining that a girl simply had an accident. The attendant accepts the explanation and leaves to handle other passengers, while Shino remains frozen in place, wishing she could disappear. Kazumi quietly tells her to wipe herself off, but the embarrassment has already overwhelmed her. She lowers her head and mutters that she wants to die. Once the attention begins to fade, Mito stands up and announces that she doesn't need Shino anymore. This, she says, was a warning. If Kazumi keeps refusing to answer her, things like this will continue. She calmly explains that if he had simply listened, none of it would have happened. She casually remarks that next time she might play with her older sister instead. Kazumi immediately reacts to that statement, but Mito only smiles. She tells him not to worry about Shino. No matter what happens, she won't let her die. Then she points out something much more important. If Shino were to completely break down after all of this, if she couldn't recover from what happened today, what would happen to Yotsuya? What would happen to all the effort Kazumi has spent trying to protect everyone around him? Mito asks the same question she's been asking all along. What is his answer? What is he going to do? For the first time, Kazumi finally opens his mouth to respond. The train car falls quiet after Mito's warning. Shino remains on the floor in tears, unable to even look up, while Mito calmly tells her to do her best. Kazumi watches the scene unfold, and finally reaches his limit. Shino blames herself for everything, apologizing over and over again, insisting that it was her fault. Mito crouches beside her, praises her for cleaning herself up, and tells her she did a good job. Then, as if nothing happened, she cheerfully reminds her not to make the same mistake next time. Shino can only nod to her tears. Once the game is over, Mito returns her attention to Kazumi. She tells him that's enough, and asks whether he understands now. Kazumi stays silent. Mito watches him carefully, waiting for an answer. After a long pause, she seems satisfied, and says that Shino finally understands this time. She's glad. Shino nervously looks between them, sensing that the conversation has shifted away from her. Then, without warning, Mito leans forward and kisses Kazumi. The sudden movement leaves both him and Shino completely stunned. Mito pulls back slightly and studies his reaction before asking the simple question. Does he like this? Her face turns red, as she admits that she can barely take it anymore. Mito asks him to speak clearly. She wants a proper answer. Kazumi lowers his head. His thoughts race through everything that happened. The years spent searching for her. The promise of revenge. Yotsuya, Shino, and all the people who suffered because of Mito. He tells himself that he has to kill her. Everyone would understand. Everyone would know what she did. That's what he has repeated to himself for years. Yet the words refuse to come out. Something else leaves his mouth. I love you. The moment the words are spoken, the atmosphere changes. Mito stares at him silently. Then she asks if he's all right, and whether he needs more time. Kazumi shakes his head. Deep down, he already knows the truth. He can't win against her. After everything, after 5 years of hatred and determination, he finally gives the answer she wanted to hear. Looking directly at Mito, he tells her that he'll love only her. A month passes. Itsuki notices almost immediately that something has changed about Kazumi. The two meet for drinks again, and while Kazumi looks the same on the surface, there's something different about the way he carries himself. When Itsuki jokingly asks if he has a new girlfriend, Kazumi calmly answers yes. The response catches him completely off guard. After years of avoiding relationships, Kazumi suddenly admits that he's seeing someone, then quickly realizes he's serious. Even more surprising, Kazumi casually mentions that he's living with her. The conversation doesn't last much longer. Kazumi's phone vibrates, and the smile that appears on his face says enough by itself. Itsuki watches him leave and can't help noticing how unusual it feels. Kazumi says goodbye and heads for the station, still staring at the message on his screen. At the apartment, someone is already waiting. The moment the door opens, Mito greets him with a bright smile and welcomes him home. Kazumi answers automatically. I'm home. The exchange is simple, almost ordinary. The kind of thing countless couples say every day. Mito beams with happiness, clearly cherishing the routine. When Kazumi calls her Mito, she immediately corrects him, reminding him that she uses a different surname now. Even so, she doesn't seem genuinely upset. She's simply happy he's there. The atmosphere inside the apartment is surprisingly peaceful. Mito chatters happily while moving around the room, asking whether he wants dinner or a bath. Then with a mischievous smile she adds a third option, and immediately flusters herself with her own joke. Kazumi ignores it and chooses the bath. Mito pouts for a moment before laughing it off and continuing as if nothing happened. As they walk through the apartment together, Mito quietly admits something. Living like this, saying welcome back, and I'm home, every day, makes her happy. Very happy. She asks Kazumi what he thinks about it. After a brief pause, he answers that he's happy too. The response makes Mito's face light up. She tells him that's good, and happily starts preparing for the evening. After handing him fresh clothes, Mito tells him to take a bath and come straight to bed afterward. She says she'll be waiting. Kazumi quietly agrees. Almost like they've been living together for years. Mito disappears into the other room while he heads toward the bathroom. But once he's alone, the smile disappears from his face. Standing in the hallway, he stares at the floor in silence. The words he spoke on the train replay in his mind. The promise, the confession, the decision that brought him here. He remembers Mito's happiness. He remembers her threats. He remembers Yotsuya and Shino. Every thought crashes together until he can barely breathe. Again and again, he tells himself the same thing. If he loves only Mito, everything will be peaceful. No one will get hurt. Yotsuya will be safe. Shino will be safe. Everyone will be fine. That's what he chose. That's why he's here. That's why he's pretending. Yet the more he repeats it, the less convincing it sounds. This is fine. The words echo inside his head. Unhappy. He keeps repeating them to himself, trying to believe them, trying to force them to become true. But even as he says them, another question quietly surfaces from somewhere deep inside him. How long can he keep pretending to be happy? After a month of living together, Kazumi and Mito return from the station side by side. Shino is still with them, but the moment they arrive, Mito casually tells her she can go home now. Shino hesitates, clearly unsure. But Mito simply smiles and explains that there is no reason for her to stay anymore. Kazumi loves her now, and he promised not to cheat. With that settled, Mito thanks her and encourages her to move on. Before disappearing, she asks if Mito still wants to continue their game. Mito answers that things will be different now. Watching Shino walk away, she cheerfully remarks that she's finally moving in the right direction. Once they're alone, Mito happily leads Kazumi through the city. Starting today, she tells him, this will be their home. She talks excitedly about their future together, while Kazumi follows beside her, in silence. Mito immediately starts making changes. She takes his phone and tells him to use hers instead. There shouldn't be any problems, she says. She'll move all of his contacts over later. Looking through the list, she notices how many women are still stored there, and calmly decides she'll take care of it herself. Kazumi can only watch as Mito essentially takes control of every connection he still has. Mito doesn't see anything wrong with it. Since she decided to be with him, she explains, there won't be any harm as long as he doesn't fail her. Kazumi quietly agrees. The answer seems to satisfy her immediately. That night, the atmosphere softens. Sitting together in their room, Mito wraps herself around him, and admits how glad she is that they're finally together. She jokes with him, teases him, and laughs at how different he has become since high school. For once, she isn't talking about revenge, punishment, or promises. Then her expression becomes gentler. Looking at him, she quietly says that she finally achieved the life she always dreamed about. A life where she and Kazumi are together. A life where she doesn't have to compete with anyone anymore. Names from the past briefly cross the conversation. Fumika, Yotsuya, Shino, and even the women around Kazumi in the present. But Mito immediately dismisses them. None of them matter now. Not anymore. This time she says softly, I won't let anyone else disturb us anymore. The words linger between them. Kazumi listens as Mito moves closer, wanting to know him better and understand everything about him. Since they're together, there shouldn't be any secrets. She smiles brightly and promises to explain everything, from the day Fumika died to now. Everything she's been hiding. With Kazumi silently listening, Mito asks him to listen carefully until the very end. Lying together in their apartment, Mito finally begins the story she promised to tell. She takes Kazumi back 8 years, to the period after Fumika's death. At the time, she was living in a child support facility. Following the incident, she spent 4 years there, while attending school attached to the facility. Most children stayed until graduation. But Mito was eventually allowed to leave and return home. Looking back on it now, she describes herself as a good child. She followed the rules, stayed out of trouble, and waited patiently until she was finally permitted to leave. The first thing she wanted after leaving was simple. She wanted to see her mother. She didn't know where Kazumi was, and she had no way to find him, so she returned home instead. When she arrived, her mother welcomed her immediately. The reunion was emotional. Her mother cried as she embraced her and welcomed her home, while Mito happily answered that she was finally back. For the first time in years, the two of them were together again. As Mito tells the story, she reflects on that period of her life. Her parents had divorced because of what happened, leaving her mother to shoulder everything alone. Back then, she was still just a junior high school student. Even now, as an adult, she admits she sometimes wonders how difficult those years must have been for her mother. But her mother continued waiting for her all alone. Kazumi listens quietly, but something begins to bother him. Mito speaks about her mother with affection. She talks about the hardships she endured and the years she spent waiting. She even wonders whether her mother was able to live happily afterward. The concern sounds genuine. The empathy sounds real. Watching her speak, Kazumi finds himself questioning something he has wondered for years. Does Mito actually understand other people's feelings? Does she care about them? Mito notices his reaction and continues. After returning home, life became normal. Her mother lived peacefully. The people around them smiled. Everything was calm. But despite that, Mito found herself dissatisfied. Looking back, she realized there was something missing. Without Kazumi, her life felt boring, ordinary, empty. The days passed quietly, but they weren't the days she wanted. The only time she truly enjoyed herself was when she thought about him. She finally found him. With modern technology and enough persistence, tracking down someone wasn't especially difficult. If you know a person's name, she says, eventually you can find them. So she searched, and eventually she succeeded. She found Kazumi again. The memory brings a smile to her face. Even now she talks about it fondly. She remembers seeing him with Yotsuya. She remembers watching them together. Even though it was risky, she continued. To Mito, that wasn't strange. It was only natural. If Kazumi was spending time with another girl, she wanted to know. If he was cheating on her, she wanted to see it herself. Listening to her explanation, Kazumi feels a chill run through him. Mito speaks so casually about things that should feel wrong. She worries about her mother. She understands loneliness. She can recognize suffering. Yet somehow, those feelings never stop her from crossing lines that no one else would cross. The contradiction leaves him unable to understand her. Mito doesn't seem bothered by his silence. Smiling softly, she tells him that everything she just said was only the introduction. The real story starts after that. It begins with the day she first said goodbye to him, and it continues all the way to the day she lost her memories and met him again. Looking directly at Kazumi, she tells him that from this point onward, the story belongs entirely to her. Her story starts now. Mito continues her story by answering the question Kazumi has been thinking about ever since she regained her memories. From the day she last saw him until the day they met again, 5 years passed. A few days after what happened with Yotsuya, she moved away to the Tohoku region with her mother. Originally, they only intended to move because people kept finding them. They changed schools, moved around Tokyo, and tried to start over again and again. But someone always managed to track them down. Eventually they left all together. They moved into her grandparents' house, and after graduating high school, Mito even changed her name. After that, nobody could find her anymore. Life slowly settled down. 3 years after the move, Mito says they finally started getting used to things again. Her mother found work. They lived quietly. It wasn't a particularly exciting life, but it wasn't sad either. Mito spent her days checking her phone, searching for traces of Kazumi, and waiting for the chance to see him again. Even then, he never completely left her thoughts. Then one day, her mother brought someone home. Mito remembers being surprised when she learned who he was. He was the principal of the kindergarten where her mother worked. Before long, her mother made a decision. She told Mito she would be living separately from now on. The principal would help her get a job and hide her past. There would be a dormitory waiting for her. She could start over properly. Mito immediately questioned it, asking why her mother was suddenly making these arrangements. Her mother only smiled. She told Mito that she wanted to help stabilize her life. She promised they would still see each other. She promised to send her belongings later. Then she apologized. The apology felt strange, even at the time. Mito couldn't understand it. Before leaving, her mother thanked her and quietly asked her to leave everything to her. The words lingered with Mito long after the car drove away. At first, she didn't think much about it, but after returning to the house, something felt wrong. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something inside and went back. The moment she entered, she realized what her mother had been trying to tell her. The room was filled with evidence of what had happened. The smell lingered in the air. Everything was still fresh. Her mother had taken her own life. Even now, Mido recounts it calmly. Looking back, she believes that was why she lost her memories. The shock of finding her mother's body must have been too much. She remembers hitting her head when she collapsed. But she thinks the emotional trauma was the real cause. The realization doesn't make her angry. If anything, she speaks about it with an odd sense of acceptance. As long as she could think about Kazumi, she says, she felt like she could endure almost anything. She begins talking about her mother again. According to Mido, her mother had probably been preparing for this for a long time. Maybe she spent those years searching for a place where Mido could live safely on her own. Maybe she was thinking about her daughter until the very end. Mido smiles faintly as she says it. In her eyes, her mother was amazing. Kazumi can barely listen. The more Mido talks, the more confused he becomes. Everything she's describing is painful, tragic. Yet she talks about it without resentment, without anger. He struggles to understand how she can smile while recounting something like this. The contradiction leaves him speechless. Mido moves closer and quietly tells him that she doesn't think she could ever be happy if things had turned out differently. When her memories returned, she got to see him again. She recovered everything she had lost. To her, that alone changed everything. Looking directly at him, she says she regained her memories because of his love, because of her mother's love. Those two things brought her back. Then she gently wraps her arms around him and calls his name over and over again, smiling as though she has finally found the answer she spent years searching for. With her face pressed against his chest, she tells him that she is here because of the love she received, and now that she has this life, she has a responsibility to protect it, no matter what. A few days pass, and Kazumi settles further into his new life with Mido. On the surface, things seem peaceful. They go out together, visit shops, spend time around town and act like an ordinary couple. Mido is constantly smiling, clinging to his arm and happily calling his name. To anyone looking from the outside, they would seem perfectly normal. Yet even while walking beside her, Kazumi never fully relaxes. He knows too much. He knows what Mido is capable of. And more importantly, he knows she still has leverage over him. At one point, Kazumi thinks of killing her at spot. But he also imagines Mido casually reminds him of the photographs she took of Yotsuya years ago. If certain files are opened, she explains, those pictures will automatically spread across the internet. The threat isn't delivered with anger. She simply states it as a fact. Kazumi immediately understands what that means. Acting carelessly isn't an option. If he makes a mistake now, the consequences won't stop with him. As he walks beside her, Kazumi realizes how trapped he really is. In the past, he hesitated. He made mistakes. He missed opportunities. But now, things are different. Mido knows about everyone around him. She knows his contacts, she knows his life. If something happens to her, everything could fall apart. For a moment, he can only think about how thoroughly he's been cornered. Still, another thought begins to form. For the first time in years, Kazumi feels something he hasn't felt in a long time. Hope. Not because his problems are solved, but because there might finally be a way forward. To protect the life he has now, he decides he needs to continue playing along, and that means following Mido's rules. Those rules quickly become known as Mido's 10 Commandments. They cover almost every part of his daily life. He isn't allowed to go out drinking more than once a month. He isn't allowed to drink alone with other women. He has to be home by 10 at night. If he's going somewhere, he must report where he is and update her regularly. He isn't allowed to touch or stare at other women. She checks his phone every day. During work, he's expected to tell her when he takes breaks. He has to tell her he loves her every day. They are expected to sleep together twice a day. And once every month, they must spend an entire day together without leaving except for work, the bathroom, or other necessities. Mido explains all of this with complete sincerity. According to her, if he follows the rules, she'll be happy. That's all she wants. Kazumi listens quietly while she enthusiastically lays everything out. Some of the rules are ridiculous, some are exhausting, yet, compared to everything that happened before, he finds himself accepting them surprisingly easily. Their days begin falling into a routine. Mido sees him off when he leaves for work. She welcomes him home when he returns. Messages arrive throughout the day asking where he is and what he's doing. Every evening ends the same way, with Mido smiling, telling him she loves him, and waiting for him to say it back. Itsuki sends him a message inviting him out for drinks. Kazumi stares at the screen for a long time. Under normal circumstances, he would have accepted immediately. Now he finds himself checking the rules instead. Before he can decide, Midu notices his hesitation and asks what happened. When he explains, her answer surprises him. She tells him that she doesn't mind if he spends time with his friends. She's happy that he values his time with her, but she doesn't want him giving up everything else either. The response catches him off guard. For a moment, she doesn't sound possessive at all. She sounds genuine. Looking at him, Midu smiles and tells him that she trusts him more than anyone in the world. The words are simple, but they hit Kazumi harder than expected. As he leaves for work later, a new thought begins taking shape in his mind. Maybe this trust is the key. Maybe if he continues meeting her expectations, she'll eventually lower her guard. Maybe then he'll finally have a chance to act. Standing alone with those thoughts, Kazumi remembers everything he learned about Mido's mother, and everything Mido told him about her past. And somewhere during that day, a plan begins to form. After hearing Mido say that she trusts him more than anyone else in the world, Kazumi keeps his expression calm. Inside, however, his thoughts are moving in a completely different direction. Learning about Mido's mother changed something. For the first time, he realized that Mido still has feelings she values. She still cares about certain things. And if he can earn her trust completely, he might finally find what he's been searching for all this time. As Mido sleeps beside him, Kazumi quietly continues his act. He tells himself that he needs to keep going. If he can gain her trust, he may discover where Yotsuya's photographs are hidden. Shino already searched Mido's home and failed to find them. That means the files are hidden somewhere else, maybe on a memory card, maybe online. Either way, he needs proof before he can do anything. For now, he has no choice but to stay by her side. As Mido happily clings to him, Kazumi forces himself to play the role she wants. He smiles when she smiles. He tells her what she wants to hear. He follows her roles. Every day feels like another step deeper into the life she created for them. Yet despite everything, he finds himself holding on to a small amount of hope. If he can find the photographs, then maybe there is still a way out. At the same time, another realization continues to bother him. Mido could still take hostages again. She could still threaten people. The problem doesn't end with the photographs. No matter how many times he thinks about it, the conclusion remains the same. This time, he has to kill her. The next morning, Mido greets him with her usual bright smile. She seems especially excited and announces that today is the day. When Kazumi asks what she means, she tells him she has something she wants to show him. Something important. Her excitement is obvious, but she also seems nervous. For once, she looks genuinely worried about how he might react. Mido admits that she's afraid he might hate her after seeing it. She has noticed how much effort he's made these past few days, and how seriously he's been trying to understand her. Because of that, she wants to be brave too. Looking directly at him, she tells him that she trusts him. She loves him, and because she trusts him, she wants to show him a secret she has been keeping. Kazumi immediately becomes alert. The timing feels too perfect. Trying not to reveal his thoughts, he listens carefully as Mido walks over to a hidden spot inside the room. Reaching inside, she pulls out a small memory card. The moment he sees it, his heart nearly stops. Mido smiles and explains that she hid it there herself. Then she reveals what is stored on it. The photographs of Yotsuya. For a brief moment, Kazumi can barely contain his reaction. After all these years, after everything that happened, the evidence is finally right in front of him. Mido explains that she kept it because she believed Kazumi once promised he would never leave her. Hearing that explanation only makes the situation more complicated. Still, he forces himself to stay calm. He can't afford to make a mistake now. Mido hands him the card and casually mentions that there might be more data somewhere else. The statement immediately stops him from acting. If there are duplicates, destroying this copy won't solve anything. Kazumi quickly regains his composure and tells himself not to panic. Mido might still be testing him. She might still be hiding something. He has to be careful. Trying to remain calm, he inserts the card into a phone. If the photographs are really there, he'll finally be able to see what Mido has been protecting all this time. His finger hovers over the screen as the files begin to load. Then, the image appears. Kazumi's eyes widen immediately. The person standing on the screen isn't Yotsuya. It's Shino. The moment the video begins, Kazumi realizes something is wrong. The person on the screen isn't Yotsuya. It's Shino. Mido immediately notices his reaction and tilts her head in confusion. She never claimed the video was of Yotsuya. As far as she's concerned, she's simply showing him something important. Meanwhile, Kazumi's mind races. Is this another test? Is she watching his reaction? Every response he gives now could affect what happens next. Forcing himself to stay calm, he decides to play along. No matter what the video contains, he can't afford to panic. Mito is watching him closely, and her future actions may depend on what she sees right now. Smiling, he tells her they should get dressed first before continuing. The suggestion immediately catches her off guard. Rather than focusing on the video, he's worrying about her catching a cold. Mito stares at him for a moment before happily pointing out that he's concerned about her. As they get dressed, Kazumi quietly changes the subject. He asks Mito about the dormitory she used to live in while working at the kindergarten. The question seems harmless, and Mito answers without hesitation. She casually explains that after losing her memories she spent time there, before eventually moving elsewhere. Then she reveals something unexpected. The place shown in the video isn't the dormitory at all. It's her mother's house. That answer immediately grabs Kazumi's attention. Mito happily explains how she brought Shino there herself. Since Shino believed she lived in the dormitory, she let her guard down. Mito even admits that she drove Shino there using a car she borrowed after getting her driver's license. At the time, Shino didn't know Mito had lost her memories, making it even easier to deceive her. Mito recounts everything with a cheerful smile, as though she's sharing a pleasant memory. The video continues. Mito explains that once they arrived, she invited Shino inside and offered her a drink. Shino accepted without much suspicion. Looking back on it now, Mito laughs and says she fell for it surprisingly easily. According to her, the water had been drugged. After that, she restrained Shino and began asking questions. The casual way she describes it makes the story even more unsettling. Kazumi listens in silence while Mito continues. She explains that she needed answers, and Shino happened to be useful. The footage shows her questioning Shino while holding the SD card containing Yotsuya's photographs. Mito repeatedly tells her that if she answers honestly, she might destroy the photos. If not, they will remain exactly where they are. Throughout the entire story, Mito never raises her voice. She simply treats the situation like a conversation. As the footage plays, Kazumi notices something else. Mito isn't showing him this because she feels guilty. She isn't confessing. She genuinely believes she can tell him everything because he understands her now. The trust she keeps talking about is real. She wants him to know what she did. She wants him to see it for himself. Eventually the recording comes to an end. Mito explains that while she showed Shino the photographs stored on Yotsuya's phone, she never actually recorded that part. Kazumi quietly absorbs the information. That means the footage still doesn't answer every question. It only reveals a portion of what happened. Then Mito looks directly at him and asks the question she's been waiting to ask all along. Do you hate me now? For a moment, neither of them speaks. Mito's expression remains calm, but there's unmistakable tension beneath it. She wants to know what he thinks after seeing everything. And before Kazumi can properly respond, Mito smiles and cheerfully announces that it's time to watch the second part of the video. The second video begins after some time has passed. Shino is still restrained, exhausted, and barely able to keep her eyes open. Sitting beside Kazumi, Mito happily explains that this recording was taken later. Before showing it, she casually mentions that while filming, she became hungry. The comment is delivered so lightly that it makes everything feel even stranger. As the footage continues, Mito narrates events almost like she's sharing a fond memory. She explains how difficult it was to keep Shino from harming herself, and how much effort it took to manage her. At one point, Shino tried to shut her eyes and avoid looking at what was happening, but Mito simply continued. Watching the screen, Kazumi forces himself to remain calm. No matter what appears, he can't let his reaction betray him. The recording shows more of Mito's treatment of Shino. She repeatedly reminds her that failure will have consequences, and that Yotsuya remains at risk. Every threat circles back to the same thing. If Shino refuses to cooperate, her sister will suffer. Shino continues enduring everything because she can't ignore that possibility. Mito eventually reveals that she even repeated some of the same games she once used on Yotsuya. She treats it almost like a comparison. She wonders aloud how much Shino loves her sister and whether that love would make her react the same way. The thought seems to genuinely interest her. At one point, Kazumi quietly asks if Mito thought about what she was doing. Mito answers immediately. To her, both sisters would react the same way because they care about each other. She even admits that she nearly ended up playing with her own sister earlier that day before changing her mind. The statement leaves Kazumi speechless. As the video continues, Mito suddenly becomes more serious. Looking at Kazumi, she admits that she was worried about showing him this. She thought he might hate seeing her hurt someone. She thought he might reject her after learning everything. But despite those fears, she still wanted him to understand how she felt. Kazumi remains silent for a long moment before finally speaking. He tells her she did fine. The answer immediately catches Mito off guard. He gently pats her head and suggests that maybe she was only trying to learn more about Yotsuya through her sister. Maybe what she felt wasn't hatred at all. Maybe it was affection. The words hit Mito harder than he expected. Tears suddenly fill her eyes. For a moment, she just stares at him, before breaking down completely. She throws herself into his arms and begins crying uncontrollably. All the anxiety she had been carrying spills out at once. She admits how nervous she was, how scared she was that he would hate her, how badly she wanted him to understand. Holding her, Kazumi quietly continues speaking. He tells her that she did well, that she got rid of everyone who could interfere with their relationship, that she protected their love. The moment the words leave his mouth, Nidu cries even harder. Everything she wanted to hear is finally being said to her. For a while, she remains wrapped around him, apologizing over and over again while thanking him at the same time. The room fills with her tears and repeated apologies as Kazumi silently embraces her. Inside, however, his thoughts are somewhere else entirely. He remembers every victim, every incident, every person hurt along the way. Yet none of those thoughts reach his face. Eventually, Mito calms down and wipes her eyes, smiling through the tears. She tells him that she was finally able to confirm their love. The videos served their purpose. They proved he truly accepts her. Then, without any hesitation, she reaches into her pocket and holds out the SD card. Looking directly at him, she tells him she wants him to have it. Because she trusts him, because she loves him, and because in her eyes, this is proof of that trust. A few days later, Kazumi meets with Itsuki. For the first time in a long while, he seems to be in a good mood. When Itsuki asks what happened, Kazumi simply says that a lot has happened recently. He talks about Mito giving him the SD card and calls it proof of her trust. Holding his drink, he quietly admits that once he gathers all of Yotsuya's cards, everything should finally be over. Even he isn't completely sure what he'll do after that. The conversation is interrupted when a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him. Kazumi freezes. Standing nearby is a woman from his old part-time job. The moment she sees him, she rushes over excitedly, asking where he disappeared to. She explains that he suddenly quit, stopped contacting everyone, and left without a word. She had been worried about him ever since. The sight alone is enough to make Kazumi panic. He immediately tries to leave, making up excuses and backing away. But she follows after him. Outside, she finally catches up and asks what happened. Instead of answering, Kazumi apologizes repeatedly and tells her to forget about him. The reaction only confuses her more. Back at the apartment, Midu happily welcomes him home. At first everything seems normal. She asks about dinner and casually chats with him like always. Then she notices something. She asks whether he met someone from his previous job. Kazumi freezes. Midu's smile doesn't disappear, but the atmosphere immediately changes. She asks where they met. Then she asks why he thinks something is wrong. One question leads to another, as Kazumi struggles to respond. Midu remains calm the entire time. Eventually she walks away for a moment, and returns carrying something in her hands. The object rattles as she holds it up. Inside are dozens of SD cards. Kazumi's face goes pale. Midu quietly explains what they are. Not just Yotsuya's, not just Shino's. Every card contains videos of the girls who had relationships with him. Kazumi stares at the pile in disbelief. He had been so focused on Yotsuya's photographs that he never considered anything else. Midu calmly explains that there are many of them, 27 in total. Every woman connected to him has a card. As the realization sinks in, Kazumi finally understands why she hid everything. Recovering Yotsuya's photographs was never the whole problem. There were far more victims than he knew. His hands tremble as he looks at the collection spread out before him. Mito watches him quietly before apologizing. She says she couldn't forgive him. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't do it. That's why all of this happened. That's why she kept everything hidden. From somewhere nearby, a weak voice calls for help. Kazumi turns toward the sound. Lying on the floor is the woman that he was enjoying thigh pillow. Yes, the teacher. Bruised, exhausted, and barely conscious, she struggles to move. Through tears, she explains that she had to hide from Mito because helping from behind the scenes was difficult. Kazumi can only stare in shock helplessly. He remembers everything Mito told him. The promises, the trust, the claim that everything would be fine, as he loved only her. Yet another victim is right in front of him. Mito quietly tries to explain herself, insisting that she couldn't stand it anymore. She thought they understood each other. She thought they could talk about it. She thought that if she removed every obstacle between them, he would finally accept her completely. For the first time since moving in with her, all of his restraint disappears. He admits the truth. Everything he said was a lie. From the very beginning, he only came here for one reason. He wanted the photographs. He wanted the data. Once he got it back, none of the rest mattered anymore. Mito freezes. Kazumi's expression twists with anger, as years of frustration spill out at once. He tells her to die. The words leave his mouth without hesitation. Mito stares at him in shock, while he continues, calling her nothing but trouble. Trouble for everyone around her. Trouble for him. The distance between them finally shatters. In a swift motion, the precises straight to her hand. Tears begin running down Mito's face. She tries to understand what happened. She reminds him of his promise. She reminds him that he said he loved only her. But Kazumi immediately rejects it. That was a lie too. He only pretended because he needed something from her. The words hit harder than anything else. Mito breaks down completely, sobbing as she asks why. Why is he like this? Why can't he accept her? Why did she believe him? For the first time, she looks completely lost. Then, she reaches into her pocket and pulls out a stun gun. Kazumi freezes for a moment, caught off guard by the sight. Through tears, Mito explains that she brought it with her just in case. Ever since he came back acting strangely, she had been worried. Something felt wrong. She needed time to think. That's why she kept it with her. Before Kazumi can react, she activates it. The crackling sound fills the room. He tries to move, but his body gives out almost immediately. His vision blurs as he collapses onto the floor. Mito watches him fall, while clutching the SD cards tightly against her chest. "I'm sad," she says quietly. Kazumi struggles to stay conscious, but his body won't cooperate. The room spins around him. He can barely make out Mito's face through his fading vision. Even now, tears continue running down her cheeks. Slowly she crawls over to him and leans down close. Her hands tremble as she touches him. For a brief moment, she simply stares at him, unable to stop crying. Then she whispers that she can't help it. He broke their promise. He said he loved only her, but it wasn't true. Holding the knife in her hand, Mito presses herself against him and quietly repeats the same conclusion she has already reached. If he doesn't love her, then it can't be helped. If he breaks their promise again, then it can't be helped. With tears falling onto his face, she raises the blade. 2 days pass. When Kazumi finally wakes up, sunlight is pouring through the window. At first, everything feels strangely quiet. Then, he tries to move, and immediately realizes something is wrong. His hands are bound behind him. A gag fills his mouth. Even his legs have been restrained. Sitting nearby, Mito smiles and greets him as though nothing unusual has happened. Kazumi struggles against the restraints, but Mito calmly points out that he's still trying to run away. She gently reminds him that screaming won't help because nobody will hear him. As she speaks, she removes the gag for a moment and offers him breakfast. She proudly explains that she made broccoli potage for him. Since he can't feed himself, she carefully lifts the spoon to his mouth. While feeding him, Mito quietly talks to herself. Taking care of Kazumi like this is humiliating, she admits. But if she doesn't do it, he'll die. More importantly, she wants him to love her. She wants him to need her. Looking at him, she decides that if he becomes weak enough, he won't be able to leave anymore. Kazumi suddenly starts coughing and shaking. Mito notices immediately and rushes closer. For a brief moment, panic flashes across her face. Then she remembers something and begins smiling again. She suddenly realizes that he wet himself. The discovery seems to delight her far more than it should. She tells him not to be embarrassed. After all, his needs have to be taken care of too. Mito kneels in front of him and gently explains that accidents happen. If he leaked in the middle of a meal, there would be no reason to hate him for it. Kazumi can only stare at her while she continues talking cheerfully. Eventually, Mito leaves the room for a while. She reminds herself that Kazumi still has strength left. If she wants him to stay obedient, she'll need more time. To her, this is simply another expression of love. 3 more days pass. By now, Kazumi looks exhausted. Mito sits beside him and comments that he seems hydrated enough. Since he's had plenty of water, she decides it's time for a bath. She offers him a reward first. If he cleans her feet, she'll let him drink some water. Kazumi lowers his head and complies. Mito watches quietly, pleased with how obedient he has become. Afterward, she rewards him exactly as promised. She helps him drink and praises him for doing a good job. Looking at him, she apologizes for not letting him drink directly from the bottle before. This way is better, she says. Easier. Then, Mito suddenly asks a question. Have you changed at all since then? Kazumi freezes. She already knows the answer. No matter how much she trains him, he still hasn't become obedient. Watching him carefully, she asks if he's planning something. The smile on her face never disappears. Grabbing his face, Mito leans closer. She tells him that his eyes won't die. Even if he doesn't want to hear it, she knows exactly what those eyes have seen. They've watched people suffer. They've carried pain for years. And despite everything she's done, they still haven't broken. Smiling softly, she calls his name. Kazumi. Mito asks Kazumi what his plan is. For a moment, neither of them says anything. Then Kazumi finally answers. He tells her the truth. Ever since she captured him, there has only been one thing on his mind. He wants her to die. Mito quietly listens. Instead of getting angry, she simply calls it terrible. Looking at him, she points out that he's weak, restrained, and licking her feet. Yet he can still say things like that. She admits. He's surprisingly confident. She studies him for a while before continuing. Kazumi's body is honest. There is no proof that he's planning anything right now. Even so, she decides to guess what he was thinking before she caught him. The moment she starts speaking, Kazumi reacts. Mito notices immediately. She says that after meeting his junior from work, he probably started planning something. Maybe after returning home, he intended to kill her. Maybe he was wondering what to do next. The more she talks, the more obvious it becomes that she's piecing everything together from his reactions alone. Kazumi tries to deny it, but Mito doesn't believe him. She reminds him that when he came back that day, the SD cards had been scattered everywhere. At the time, she didn't understand why. Later, after seeing the condition his junior was in, everything became clear. Someone else had been involved. A third party, someone who met with Kazumi before everything happened. Mito flips through a few photographs and eventually arrives at her conclusion. Itsuki. According to her, it could only be him. Kazumi falls silent. Mito continues anyway. After meeting his junior, he was already staring off into the distance. His eyes looked different. To her, it was obvious. He wanted to kill someone. More specifically, he wanted to kill her. Then she brings up a request. If Kazumi disappears for a week or so, Itsuki will probably file a missing person report. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Mito already has a solution. She picks up a phone and smiles. It'll be simple. Mito tells him exactly what she wants him to say. When Itsuki asks what's wrong, all he has to do is explain that everything is fine and that he'll be acting strangely for a while. That's it. Then it'll be over. Kazumi quietly agrees. Mito immediately notices. She tells him she can read him far too easily. The sweat, the tension, the way his muscles move. The harder he tries to hide something, the more obvious it becomes. Every reaction only gives her more information. After saying that, she suddenly laughs. Kazumi's response was too quick, too cooperative, too transparent. Looking at him, Mito admits that he's cute when he's like this. For a brief moment, she wonders if something feels different than before. Maybe he's changed, maybe not. Then she asks one final question. Is he excited because they're negotiating, or does he simply not want this life to continue forever? Kazumi says nothing. Mito smiles. Kazumi is mine. And with that, the conversation comes to an end. Mito tells Kazumi that it's still her turn. Sitting in front of him, she calmly explains what she thinks happened. He was planning something dangerous. He wanted to defeat her in a single move. Looking at his reaction, she asks if he really believed everything would end if he revealed everything. Then, almost casually, she admits that she was nearly killed. Kazumi trembles. Mito notices immediately. At first she talks about punishing him, but quickly laughs it off. The real issue isn't the plan itself. It's the fact that she saw something in his eyes. Ever since she found the SD cards scattered around the room, she's felt strange. The light she thought she saw in him was gone. She quietly admits something else. Seeing him weak excited her. Not now, not because of love, but because she finally understood something about herself. All this time she wanted Kazumi to love her, yet she never really knew what that meant. Still, she wanted to be loved somehow. Then she asks him a question. Kazumi, can I try to hurt you? Tears run down her face as she says it. The room falls silent. A moment later she starts. Kazumi clenches his teeth, struggling. Midou watches his reactions carefully, crying the entire time. Neither of them says much. The only thing filling the room is the sound of Kazumi's screams and Midou's quiet sobs. Time passes, and morning comes again. Eventually, both of them are exhausted. Midou wipes her eyes while Kazumi remains where he is, barely moving. Looking at him, she exclaims, "She was able to keep doing this until morning. Compared to Yotsuya," she says, "this was harder work." After cleaning herself up a little, she tells him she wants to play more later. Despite everything, she smiles and says she loves being here with him. To her, spending time together like this still feels special. Finally, she heads toward the door. Because Kazumi is still gagged, she can't hear anything he might want to say. Even so, she thanks him for accepting her love. That alone, she says, makes her really happy. "See you later, Kazumi." With a smile, Midou leaves the room, and Kazumi is left alone. The next few days pass quietly. Midou apologizes to Kazumi again. While tending to him, she admits that she wounded him and that she'll probably end up hurting him again in the future. Even so, she asks for forgiveness. Sometimes, she says, she just needs to test his love. Looking at him sitting there in silence, she smiles softly before checking the time and realizing she needs to leave for work. Before leaving, she reassures him that everything will be fine. Since he can't move, she'll support him. She won't let him die, no matter what happens. With a cheerful goodbye, she heads out, leaving him alone once again. At work, Midou finds herself distracted. While walking through the supermarket, her thoughts repeatedly drift back to Kazumi. She wonders if she's ever had feelings like this before. The things she's been doing lately keep replaying in her head, making her face grow hot. Every time she remembers him, she becomes embarrassed and has to stop herself from smiling. A coworker quickly notices. When asked what's wrong, Midou apologizes and tries to focus. The woman immediately guesses she's thinking about her boyfriend. Midou admits it without much resistance. Hearing that, her coworker laughs and tells her that a boyfriend must be very happy to be loved by someone like her. The comment stays with Midou for the rest of the day. She finds herself wanting to see Kazumi as soon as possible. Even simple things remind her of him. The feeling never really leaves. That evening she runs into a neighbor outside the apartment building. They exchange greetings, and the conversation quickly turns to strange sounds that have supposedly been heard recently. The neighbor casually mentions it, while reminding her to be careful. Midou apologizes politely and says she'll keep it in mind. Then the neighbor brings up something else. Pets. He mentions that people should be careful with them as well. Midou freezes for a brief moment before smiling again. According to her, that's not a problem. She's already properly trained them. After the conversation ends, she continues toward home while thinking about Kazumi. She imagines taking walks together, going on drives together, spending more time alone with him. The more she thinks about it, the happier she becomes. Soon her imagination starts running even further ahead. Maybe they could drive somewhere quiet, where nobody would bother them, somewhere remote, somewhere they could stay together as long as they wanted. Midou quickly shakes her head, embarrassed by her own thoughts, and tells herself not to get carried away. Still smiling, she promises herself that she'll do her best. She wants to become more comfortable around Kazumi. She wants to be closer to him. She wants their relationship to keep improving. Holding on to those thoughts, she finally arrives home and opens the door. "Kazumi." A smile spreads across her face. "I'm home." Midou returns home with her usual smile, calling out to Kazumi to spend time together. Initially assuming he's asleep, she notices the apartment is too quiet. Still smiling, she walks further inside and sees the room is empty. Kazumi is gone, along with the restraints, his coat, and the SD cards. Footprints remain on the floor, and the blood has dried, indicating someone took him away. Midou stares at the scene in silence, tears beginning to fall as she questions who took Kazumi and if she'll ever meet him again. She admits she thought this time would be different, that they would finally stay together forever. But as she cries, another thought occurs to her. Isn't this strange? The question stops her completely. Elsewhere, a car moves through the city with Kazumi unconscious in the back seat. Ichinose sits nearby, while Itsuki drives. The police were notified, but neither seems satisfied leaving things in their hands, as the situation has gone too far. Back then, Kazumi asks about Midou, but Itsuki tells him not to worry, which Kazumi ignores, insisting to forget the police and the hospital, even in his condition. Just stop her. His voice shakes as he speaks. Even with his injuries and exhaustion, his thoughts remain fixed on Midou. He warns them that there isn't much time. They don't fully understand what she's capable of. Shino listens quietly. But Itsuki admits he doesn't know exactly what Mido is thinking. In fact, he has the same questions Shino does. But who's gonna tell that freak that she knows her very well? Still, she's surprised he can talk at all after what happened. Looking at him, she tells him to rest for now. They can figure everything else out later. Itsuki grips the steering wheel and glances into the mirror. This time he says, they're getting a proper explanation. No more half-truths. No more misunderstandings. This time they'll hear everything. The car continues through the night. Later, Kazumi finds himself lying in a hospital bed. The room is quiet. His body feels heavy, but at least he's finally safe. Nearby, Shino has fallen asleep while watching over him. God knows how she can have such a peaceful nap. Kazumi stares at the ceiling. For the first time in days, there are no chains, no restraints, and no sign of Mido. He can't shake the feeling that things are far from over. Kazumi wakes up in the hospital and quickly remembers what happened. Itsuki is there and asks if he's all right. But Kazumi panics and shouts that there might still be time, though Shino shakes his head and disagrees. According to her, Mido wouldn't just sit quietly at home waiting. Even if Kazumi went back right now, he isn't prepared. She questions why he's so focused on returning when he's barely recovered. Kazumi lowers his eyes and admits the truth. Long ago, Kazumi had told him about a signal hidden inside his messages, a blank space added at the end of a sentence. To anyone else, it looked normal, but if Itsuki saw it, he would know something was wrong and check on him. Realizing he needed help, Kazumi secretly sent that signal. Mido never noticed it. Itsuki received the message and came to investigate. That's how they found him and got him out. Shino finally understands how they managed to reach him in time. The conversation then returns to Shino. Kazumi thanks her for helping. Shino immediately denies that she's some kind of good person. She insists she only came because Yotsuya's sister wouldn't ignore something like this. Then Shino asks him a question. Is there anything else he wants to say to her? Kazumi pauses before answering. It's just like her. Before she can react properly, Kazumi asks why she really came. Shino admits that Mido still doesn't know she's working with them. If she wanted to walk away, she probably could have. Yet she didn't. She came anyway. Shino looks down at her hands. She reminds him that after they parted ways in Tokyo, he returned her SD card. He even promised to get her sister's card back as well. She waited for a while, but eventually she started regretting something. She called Kazumi an outsider. Looking back now, she wishes she hadn't said it. She admits she doesn't really know how to help. She can't fix everything. She can't solve the situation by herself. But she wanted to do something for her sister. That's why she came. Kazumi quietly thanks her. Shino blushes and looks away. Then her expression changes. There's still one thing she hasn't explained. After the SD card arrived, she went to Kazumi's apartment. Something happened, and before she can continue, she reveals the name of the person she met, Gojo. The meeting was completely accidental. After learning why she was there, Gojo helped her instead. Since he already had a key and occasionally assisted Mido with work, getting inside wasn't difficult. Kazumi listens quietly, while Shino finishes the story. She admits that she sent the SOS message and helped Itsuki find him. She also tells him how she made a duplicate key of his house. Without that, they probably wouldn't have reached him in time. Kazumi thanks both of them. The conversation soon shifts. Itsuki asks about Mido. More specifically, he asks what Kazumi was really doing. Were they actually lovers? Was he pretending? Why did he stay with her for so long? Why didn't he go to the police immediately? Kazumi lowers his eyes. Then he answers honestly. He was going to kill Mido. The room goes silent. Kazumi explains that he made a promise. If he loved only Mido, she wouldn't harm anyone else. At first, he thought enduring it would be enough. He thought he could keep the promise and protect everyone around him. But Mido broke that promise anyway. As expected, more people got hurt. Clenching his fists, Kazumi admits the conclusion he reached. He should have killed her, not later. Not eventually. Back then, Itsuki immediately tells him that's insane. But Kazumi doesn't back down. He says he can't stand it anymore. This time he'll keep a knife nearby. This time he'll finish it. Even if he's still injured, he's going back. The others try to stop him. Itsuki reminds him that killing someone won't be easy. Kazumi simply says he's already seen what Mido does to people. To him, she isn't a normal person anymore. She's a monster. He also dismisses the police, believing them useless when he was trapped and when people got hurt, and doubting they would execute her even if arrested. Someone has to stop her. Shino understands his feelings but asks about his next plans. Kazumi already has an answer. First, He'll go home to check what Mito is planning. Shino immediately asks to come with him, and after a brief pause, Kazumi agrees. The three of them leave together and head toward the apartment. Upon arrival, Kazumi carefully opens the door to find the room silent and no sign of Mito. Then, Kazumi notices something resting on the table, a single envelope for himself. Kazumi opens the letter and immediately recognizes Mito's handwriting. The first thing she mentions is dinner. Then she complains about how terrible he is for leaving without saying anything. She ended up eating alone because of him. She admits she was sad. She thought they would finally be able to spend time together, but instead he ran away in the middle of everything. As the letter continues, Mito reflects on what happened. She thought she had stopped him. She thought she understood him, but this time he managed to get ahead of her. Even so, she isn't angry. If anything, she sounds curious. She wonders what he's thinking right now while reading the letter. Then she addresses something directly. Why didn't he call the police? If he truly wanted to stop her, that should have been the obvious choice. Instead, he chose to come after her himself. To Mito, that only proves one thing. He wants to see her again. The letter continues. Mito tells him to run, hide, call his friends, do whatever he wants. Since there are no copies of the SD card left, she'll even return the one she promised to give back. She admits that everything that happened with Ichinose was mostly to attract attention. The punishment and the data still exist, but she doesn't seem concerned about them anymore. Then the tone changes. Mito writes that she'll definitely come back for him, soon. And when that happens, she wants an answer. She finally writes what she really wanted to say. Please marry me, Kazumi. Have child with her. She asks him to stay with her forever, just the three of them. No interruptions, no one getting in the way. Then, with a simple goodbye, the letter ends. Kazumi lowers the paper. For a moment nobody speaks. Even though the letter sounds peaceful on the surface, the feeling disappears the more he thinks about it. He remembers believing she had changed when they first reunited. Now he isn't sure what to believe anymore. After checking everything, Kazumi confirms that Mito is gone. If she disappears completely, there's nothing he can do right now. He'll have to think of another plan. Then he remembers something important. While trying to escape, he prepared letters for the people around him. He wanted them to be safe if anything happened. Some of those letters were destroyed, but not all of them. He managed to get away before Mito found everyone. Kazumi explains that Mito has already targeted women connected to him before. Because of that, he wants to warn everyone he can. Sitting at the table, he starts preparing the remaining letters. A little later, Itsuki asks if all of them have been sent. Kazumi shakes his head. Not yet. There's still one left. He takes the final envelope and hands it to Shino. Looking at her quietly, he makes one last request. Give this to Yotsuya. Shino takes the final letter. Kazumi tells her that even if Yotsuya isn't completely relieved after reading it, he hopes it will at least help a little. Shino quietly agrees and accepts the envelope. Before leaving, Kazumi asks her something. When they first met, she mentioned that something had happened to Yotsuya about half a year ago. He wants to know what she meant. After a brief silence, Shino finally begins explaining. Ever since everything happened, Yotsuya hasn't been able to stay alone. Someone always has to be nearby. If she's left by herself, she panics. Even simple things became difficult. For a long time, their mother looked after her. Then, when that became impossible, Shino took over. Day after day, she stayed with her. She watched her. She helped her. She did everything she could, because Yotsuya was family, because she was her favorite sister. At first, she believed she could handle it. But after years of living that way, the pressure started building. Shino admits that she was exhausted. One day, after spending all her time taking care of Yotsuya, she finally snapped. She shouted at her sister and left for a few minutes to calm down. It was only a short time, just a few minutes. When she came back, it was already too late. Yotsuya was lying at the bottom of the stairs. Shino's voice trembles as she tells the story. Because of that fall, Yotsuya ended up in a wheelchair. The guilt never left her. Even now, she believes it happened because she lost control for those few minutes. The room falls silent. Kazumi lowers his head. He remembers Yotsuya. He remembers everything that happened years ago. And now he finally understands why things became so difficult for her. Shino wipes her eyes and apologizes, saying she asked for help, but nobody could help her. In the end, all she could do was keep going. That's all she can really say about it. Kazumi thanks her for telling him. And then Shino asks a question. Why does he care so much? Why is he still trying this hard after 5 years? Mito was his ex-girlfriend. Is not even family. From her perspective, there shouldn't be any reason for him to keep carrying this burden. Kazumi thinks quietly before answering. 5 years have passed. That much is true, but Yotsuya relied on him. And even if he's only an outsider now, that fact hasn't changed. He still feels responsible. Looking at Shino, he admits something else. Part of the reason he wanted Mito's photographs was for Yotsuya. He wanted to get them back. He wanted to make things right. Even if it was only a little. Shino listens without saying anything. Yotsuya quietly nods, after hearing everything. A moment later she looks up and exclaims, she wants to go see Ichinose. A few days later, Kazumi receives a call from Shino, who informs him that Yotsuya wants to see him. This unexpected news leaves him momentarily speechless, prompting him to ask why. Shino, unaware of the details, relays that Yotsuya simply expressed a desire to speak with him face to face, without any obligation for him to attend. After a brief contemplation, Kazumi decides to meet her. Despite the passage of 5 years and his unwavering plans, he feels the need to hear what Yotsuya has to say, and more importantly, to offer a proper apology. On the day of the meeting, Kazumi arrives early, and waits anxiously. Soon, Shino appears with Yotsuya, who is seated in a wheelchair with her back turned to him. Kazumi freezes. Shino calls out to his sister, informing her that he's already there. Yotsuya immediately panics, fumbling with her wheelchair and insisting she isn't ready yet. Her face is bright red, and she can barely bring herself to turn around. Watching the scene, Shino can't stop laughing. Apparently Yotsuya has been like this the entire time. Ever since learning she would be meeting Kazumi, she kept asking questions about him, and worrying about what she should say. Eventually, Yotsuya gathers enough courage to face him. The moment their eyes meet, she completely falls apart. Her face turns red, her voice shakes, and she can't stop smiling. The comment sends Yotsuya into another fit of embarrassment, while Kazumi struggles to process what he just heard. After teasing her sister a little longer, Shino decides to step away and give them some privacy. Before leaving, she casually tells Kazumi something. This is his first date in 5 years. With a smile, she waves goodbye and leaves the two of them alone. For a moment, neither knows what to say. Then Kazumi quietly asks if she wants to go inside. Yotsuya agrees. As they begin moving together, Yotsuya smiles and admits that she's always wanted to come here, a place she's wanted to visit for a very long time. Inside the art museum, Kazumi and Yotsuya slowly begin talking again. At first, the conversation is awkward. They haven't seen each other in years, yet somehow they're able to sit together and speak normally. Yotsuya even laughs, admitting that she never expected this day to come. If she had been standing instead of sitting in a wheelchair, she probably would have been too embarrassed to face him. After looking around for a while, Yotsuya says there's something she wants to talk about. The reason she asked to meet him today. Once they sit down, Kazumi immediately apologizes. He apologizes for Mito. He apologizes for everything that happened. He apologizes for not being able to stop any of it. Yotsuya quietly listens. Then she shakes her head. She already knows about her condition. She knows she's in a wheelchair now. She knows why Kazumi feels responsible. But that's not why she wanted to meet him. Instead, she begins talking about herself. After leaving school, her life became lonely. She couldn't go out much. She couldn't spend time with people the way she used to. Days became weeks, weeks became months. Even so, she kept trying her best. Then, about half a year ago, everything changed. She became like this. For a long time she felt terrible. She blamed herself. She hated everything around her. She received Kazumi's letter, and for the first time, she understood something. For 5 years, Kazumi had been fighting too. After hearing the details from Shino, Yotsuya realized how much he had carried alone. Instead of feeling angry, she felt relieved. Relieved that he was still trying, relieved that he hadn't forgotten. Tears began forming in her eyes. She thanks him. Kazumi immediately tells her she's wrong. If he had fought harder, none of this would have happened. If he hadn't left her alone, maybe things would have been different. Yotsuya stops him. She doesn't want him to live burdened by guilt anymore. She came here to tell him that. From now on, she wants him to live for himself. Kazumi lowers his head. For a moment, neither of them speaks. Then Yotsuya smiles. She says she's already been saved. By Shino, by Ichinose, and by the people around her. The meeting slowly comes to an end. Yotsuya thanks him for today, and says she was happy they finally met again. Kazumi thanks her as well, but there's still something he hasn't said. Yotsuya notices. Then she quietly reveals the real reason she wanted to come. This wasn't just a trip to the museum. It was their last promise. The final date they never got to have. She wanted to thank him. She wanted to apologize. And now that she has done both, there is only one thing left to say. Looking at Kazumi with a gentle smile, Yotsuya tells him that he should start seeing other people. Then she says goodbye. The day after Kazumi's meeting with Yotsuya, Shino and Itsuki gather at the apartment. There still aren't any leads on Mito. No messages, no sightings, nothing useful. Shino immediately asks about the date. She wants to know what happened between Kazumi and her sister. Itsuki is curious too, though he's far more interested in how long it lasted. When Kazumi casually mentions that they spent around 4 hours together, Itsuki nearly loses his mind. Shino ignores that and focuses on something else. Yotsuya seemed different after returning home. Calmer, happier, but also strangely resolved. Kazumi quietly explains what happened. He didn't go to reconnect. He went to say goodbye. The room falls silent. Shino immediately understands. Between Yotsuya, Ichinose, and everyone else who has been dragged into this situation, too many things have happened already. Yotsuya isn't strong enough to keep carrying those burdens forever. That's why she told Kazumi to move on. She never wanted him to keep living out of guilt. She wanted him to live for himself. Then Shino asks the question she really came to ask. How does he feel now? After everything Yotsuya told him, is he finally going to stop? For a moment, he thinks about Yotsuya's words. Then he gives his answer. No. Mito is still out there. Nothing has been resolved. If he walks away now, things will only get worse. He admits that Yotsuya apologized to him. She thanked him. She even told him to move on. But if he ignores everything now, then this time her suffering really will have been meaningless. Kazumi clenches his fist. He hasn't done anything deserving of gratitude. Not yet. He's going to settle things with Mito once and for all. When it's over, he'll tell Yotsuya everything he wanted to tell her. Itsuki points out the obvious problem. Nobody knows where Mito is. There are no clues, no trail to follow. Kazumi can only agree. For the moment, they're stuck. Then Shino suddenly speaks up. There's a clue. Just one. The others turn toward her. Without saying another word, Shino points toward a phone lying nearby. And for the first time since Mito disappeared, they finally have something to investigate. Kazumi contacts teacher and asks to meet. The two sit down together at a cafe. Kazumi apologizes for calling her out so suddenly, but teacher doesn't seem bothered. If anything, she's the one who apologizes. She knows she caused him trouble, and she admits it probably took courage for him to ask her to meet after everything that happened. The conversation quickly turns serious. Kazumi tells her that he destroyed the SD card and a letter. He also hopes none of the warnings he sent ended up reaching the wrong people. Sensei quietly listens while recalling everything Mito did to her. Even so, she isn't angry at him. For a while, they simply talk. It's the first time they've sat together like this since Mito returned. Sensei admits she missed it. She always wanted to have tea with him again. Eventually she asks about his living situation. Kazumi explains that he moved out. He couldn't continue staying in that apartment anymore. Hearing that, Sensei reveals something unexpected. She already knew. On her way to work, she noticed the apartment had been put up for rent. Worried, she tried calling him. The conversation grows awkward. Kazumi asks where she's living now, and suggests exchanging contact information again. Before he can finish, Sensei immediately refuses. She won't give him her number. Then he asks for her phone. She refused for that as well anyway. Kazumi snatches it and begins checking it. When she asks what he's doing, he simply continues scrolling. He wants to confirm something. More specifically, he wants to see whether he's contacted Mito. After checking, he seems relieved. So far he hasn't called her. That answer appears to satisfy her. Just then a familiar voice interrupts them. Itsuki and Shino. The moment they appear, Sensei freezes. They casually reveal that he had been nearby the entire time. Looking at Sensei, he points out that she's still concerned about Mito. Looking at Kazumi, he remarks that they're discussing Mito again. The atmosphere immediately changes. Kazumi stares directly at her, then asks the question that's been on his mind. When did she start working for Mito? Sensei's smile fades, but Kazumi doesn't look away. This time, he wants answers, and he's not letting Sensei leave until he gets them. Kazumi brings everyone back to his new house. And once they're inside, the questions begin immediately. Kazumi points out that Ichinose has called Mito before, and says they're done pretending not to know each other. He wants the truth. More importantly, he wants to know when Ichinose and Mito started working together. Sensei listens quietly, while Kazumi explains how he figured it out. Back when Mito showed him the collection of SD cards, something felt wrong. There were too many victims, too many recordings. Even for Mito, handling everything alone should have been impossible. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that someone had been helping her. Then, he remembers the videos. Every recording showed the same room. The furniture was the same. The layout was the same. Only the victims changed. After seeing it over and over again, he eventually realized where that room was. Sensei's room. The moment Kazumi says it aloud, Sensei lowers her head. She doesn't deny it. Itsuki immediately reacts, unable to believe what he's hearing. But Kazumi continues. Mito knew where his new house was. She knew details she shouldn't have known. Looking back now, the answer seems obvious. Someone was feeding her information. Sensei tries to interrupt, insisting that she was threatened. According to her, she didn't have much choice, and the refusing would have been dangerous. But Kazumi isn't satisfied. If the SD card was destroyed, then the threat should have disappeared. Yet even after that, things continued. That's what bothers him. The room falls silent. Then Sensei finally speaks. No matter what anyone says, it won't change anything now. She knows what she did, she knows she helped Mito, and she knows people got hurt because of it. Tears begin forming in her eyes. She admits that she was afraid. Afraid of Mido. Afraid of what would happen if she refused. So she obeyed. Again and again. Looking down, she says she did terrible things. When people suffered, she couldn't stop it. When people needed help, she wasn't strong enough. All she did was watch. Her voice shakes as she apologizes. I'm sorry. For a moment, nobody responds. Then Kazumi remembers one of the recordings, the crying sensei, apologizing to Mido, begging for forgiveness. And Mido's answer had been simple. She laughed, then told her she didn't need her apologies because she was worthless. After Sensei apologizes, Kazumi remembers one of the recordings, the one involving her. For a moment, nobody speaks. Then Sensei finally decides to explain what happened. According to her, Mido broke into her house and stunned her. When she woke up, the walls were covered with embarrassing photos, and Mido had already taken control of the situation. She was trapped inside her own room. At first, she tried to endure it, telling herself it would end eventually. But the punishment continued for days. She couldn't sleep properly. She couldn't think properly. Day and night, and you can see why. Mido stayed with her. Little by little, she started losing the will to resist. Eventually, Mido told her there was only one victim left. Just one more recording, then everything would be over. Hearing that, Sensei gave up. She wanted it to end. That was all she could think about anymore. When Mido returned and announced that all 26 recordings were finished, Sensei thought she was finally free. She believed the nightmare was over. But then Mido asked a question. Wouldn't she like to make a video too? Sensei immediately realized what was happening. The punishment had never really been the recordings. The punishment was making her participate. At first, she refused, insisting she wasn't going to do something like that. However, by then she was exhausted, having not rested properly in days, and she couldn't think clearly anymore. Looking back, she admits she almost lost control completely. At one point, she even tried to escape, but the attempt failed. She was injured and forced back inside before she could get away. After that, she stopped believing she could escape on her own. Then she remembers something else, the moment that changed everything. While Mido was distracted, Sensei managed to gain a small advantage. For the first time, Mido looked vulnerable. And that's when Mido asked her a question. Are you going to help me? She admits she was afraid of Mido, afraid of what would happen if she refused. So she helped her. After that, Mido made her repeat apology after apology, while recording everything. The more humiliating it became, the happier Mido looked. By the end, Mido was smiling at the camera. Embarrassed, but smiling. And with that, the recording was finished. After hearing Sensei's story, Kazumi finally understands something. The humiliation wasn't the real punishment. The real punishment was making Sensei help Mido, which was what broke her. For a moment, the room falls silent. Then Sensei brings up Shino, reminding everyone that Shino was a victim too. After all, Mido targeted Yotsuya and later dragged Shino into everything as well. Even now, Sensei still feels guilty about it, and immediately apologizes, as there is no reason for her to apologize. None of this was her fault. Everything happened because of Mido. Itsuki agrees, but another question has been bothering him. If Mido wanted help, why choose a teacher? Why her? Sensei lowers her head. Then she decides to tell them something she has never spoken about before. 5 years ago, she was there. Not as a victim, not as a bystander, as an accomplice. The room freezes. Kazumi stares at her in disbelief. Sensei begins talking about the day Yotsuya disappeared. Back then, she already suspected Mido wasn't acting alone. The more she thought about it, the less sense the story made. A middle school girl couldn't have done everything by herself. There had to be someone helping her. She points out several details. Mido was still a child. She didn't have a driver's license. She couldn't move people around so easily. And Yotsuya's elementary school was far enough away that handling everything alone should have been impossible. The more Kazumi listens, the more he realizes she's right. Back then, he never questioned it. He simply accepted that Mito had done everything herself. Ichinose shakes her head. Someone helped. She is sure of it. Then she reveals why she's so certain. Because she was involved. 5 years ago, she worked together with Mito. Itsuki and Kazumi can only stare at her. Kazumi remains completely still. Sensei admits she has been carrying this secret for years. Everything that happened that day, everything that followed, it all began 5 years ago. Taking a deep breath, she prepares herself. This time, she's finally going to tell them the truth about what really happened back then, when Mito kidnapped Yotsuya and took her to Ichinose's old school. She was there too. The moment she says it, Shino immediately reacts, unable to believe what she's hearing. Before anyone can jump to conclusions, Kazumi asks them to let her finish. If they truly want to know why Mito targeted Yotsuya, then they need to hear everything. She starts with a question of her own. Why would a teacher help a middle school student? Why would an adult get involved in something like that? After a long pause, Sensei finally admits the truth. At the time, she was having an affair with another teacher at the school. Then one day, Mito found out. Not long after the threats began, Mito demanded cooperation and made it clear that if Sensei refused, everyone would learn the truth. The first demand seems simple enough, but things gradually escalated. Then Mito gave her another order, kill a rabbit, and leave it inside Yotsuya's locker. The room falls silent. Sensei admits she did it. She knew it was wrong, but she was too afraid to refuse. At the time, she convinced herself it wasn't a big deal. Looking back now, she knows how terrible that sounds. The threats continued. Eventually, Mito called her to the abandoned school again. This time, another person was there, a child. The person helping Mito. Sensei remembers being completely confused. She had expected an adult. Instead, she was introduced to a young girl. Mito casually explained that she needed Sensei's car that day. After helping with Yotsuya, Sensei carried the guilt for years. Even after Mito disappeared, she couldn't forget it. Then about a year ago, she met Kazumi again. He was cheerful, kind, trying to move forward with his life. That only made things worse. The more time she spent around him, the more guilty she felt about what she had done. She wanted to make up for it somehow, but she never found the courage to tell him the truth. Itsuki wonders if Mito had another spy helping her, but Sensei shakes her head. According to her, that's impossible. At that time, Mito had lost her memories. Then she admits something else. The rabbit from years ago. The recordings. Helping Mito when she resisted. All of it was her doing. Tears begin running down her face. She says she really needed to tell them. Everything she did. Everything she helped with. Everything she kept hidden for years. Lowering her head, Sensei apologizes once again. She doesn't expect forgiveness. But if there's anything she can do now, she'll do it. Shino looks at her for a moment before finally answering. It's fine. Then she quietly adds that people are weak, and sometimes they don't know what else to do. Shino tells Ichinose that if she really wants to do something, then she has 2 conditions. The first is simple. She wants Ichinose to regret what she did for the rest of her life. Not because she hates her, but because she doesn't want her to forget it. If she's going to live with those choices, then she needs to carry them properly. The second condition is even simpler. If Mito ever hurts her again, then Ichinose has to apologize to her sister someday. Ichinose quietly accepts both conditions. Then she apologizes once more. This time, Shino accepts it. The tense atmosphere slowly fades, and before long, the group heads out for dinner together. Itsuki complains that he's starving, while the others follow behind. A little later, Kazumi and Shino find themselves alone. Shino asks him what he thinks. Kazumi admits he isn't sure. Part of him feels that forgiving Ichinose so easily shouldn't have been possible. Yet, another part of him understands why Shino made that choice. Shino listens quietly. Then she suddenly punches him. Kazumi stumbles backward in shock. Shino immediately grabs him and starts crying. She admits the truth. She hasn't forgiven Sensei. Not really. The person she cared about most was hurt. Her sister suffered because of everything that happened. No matter how hard she tries, she can't simply forget that. Tears continue running down her face as she explains herself. Maybe she's just trying to convince herself. Maybe she's pretending to have moved on. But every time she thinks about Yotsuya, the anger comes back. Kazumi quietly listens. Then he tells her something that's been bothering him for years. Even though he was practically an adult compared to Mito, he still didn't notice what was happening. There are still parts of that incident that don't make sense to him. For example, the rabbit. Even now, nobody knows who actually killed it. There are still pieces missing from the story. Shino wipes her eyes as the conversation eventually returns to the present, acknowledging that Mito is still out there, and nothing has been resolved yet, declaring that this time, they're not going to sit around waiting, but are going after the most dangerous person involved in all of this. Shino stares at him, questioning, "What are you talking about?" Kazumi's answer comes immediately, "Mito." Shino hesitates for a moment before nodding, admitting she's not very useful, but will help however she can, promising she won't run away anymore. Kazumi thanks her, and makes a promise that this time, they'll save Yotsuya from Mito. With that, their counterattack finally begins. After dinner, the group finally gets down to business. Kazumi explains that they can't keep waiting for Mito to make the next move. If they want to stop her, they need a plan first. The key to that plan is their sensei. Since Mito already trusts her, she'll continue acting as if she's still cooperating. In other words, she'll become a double agent. Ichinose agrees immediately. Kazumi believes Mito still thinks Sensei is under her control. They can use that assumption against her. Rather than spying on Mito directly, Sensei will feed her information. Of course, there are risks. If Mito realizes what's happening, Sensei will be in danger. Even so, she accepts it and asks what she should do. Kazumi tells her to be honest whenever possible. She doesn't need elaborate lies. Instead, she should casually mention things about him, such as his new address and the fact that he's living alone again. The goal isn't to tell Mito everything at once. They'll control the information little by little, and adjust their approach depending on how she reacts. Mito is currently missing information, which forces her to make decisions on her own. Kazumi wants to use that disadvantage. At the same time, Sensei is asked to gather information whenever she can. Anything could be useful. Even something as simple as a casual conversation might reveal a clue. Then, Kazumi finally states the objective. He wants Mito to come to him. Instead of chasing her, he'll lure her back. Itsuki immediately realizes the problem. If Mito shows up, Kazumi will become the target again. Worse, Sensei could be targeted as well. Kazumi knows that. Even so, he says it's the only option they have left. If they continue waiting, Mito will only grow more suspicious over time. Eventually, she'll disappear completely. Then, Kazumi makes one final decision. They'll give themselves 6 months. Within that time, he'll draw Mito out and finish everything. Until then, everyone will return to their normal lives and wait for an opportunity. They'll keep in contact and watch for any sign of Mito. As the meeting comes to an end, Kazumi quietly looks ahead. Half a year from now, he'll meet Mito again. And when that happens, everything will finally be settled. After that, he'll see Yotsuya again. 6 months pass. Far away from Tokyo, Mito has settled into a quiet rural town. Every morning she goes out for a run, trains regularly, and works hard to improve herself. When a delivery driver asks why she pushes herself so much, she answers honestly. Because she wants to become someone worthy of the person she loves. The people around her have grown used to seeing her. She chats with the delivery driver, buys sports drinks and protein supplements, and spends her days like an ordinary resident. To everyone else, she looks cheerful and hardworking. Even after half a year, her thoughts never leave Kazumi. She practices makeup, she works on her appearance, she keeps telling herself that when they finally meet again, she wants him to see the best version of her. At her job in a local pharmacy, she gets along well with her coworkers. When they ask about her long-distance boyfriend, she happily talks about him. She admits she wants to hear more about Kazumi than anything else. Her coworkers tease her, but Mito doesn't mind. In fact, she seems genuinely happy. She believes everything she has learned during the past 6 months will help her become a better partner. After work, she returns home. Recently, she's been thinking about moving soon. She wants to contact Kazumi again. She wants to see him as soon as possible. Then her phone receives a message. The sender is the teacher. Mito immediately pays attention. According to the message, Kazumi's situation has changed. Ichinose has returned to her normal routine, and there has been little contact lately. To anyone else, the information would seem ordinary. To Mito, it is exactly what she has been waiting for. A smile slowly spreads across her face. It's time. She begins imagining their reunion. Kazumi will probably be angry at first, but he'll forgive her. Eventually, they'll become a real family, a happy family. For months she has prepared herself for this moment. She has trained, improved herself, and even prepared a future for them. This time she decides she'll take the lead. This time she'll be the one to propose. But another thought enters her mind. What if Kazumi doesn't understand? What if he refuses? What if he rejects her proposal? Mito stops smiling. Slowly she walks toward a room inside her home. A room she prepared long ago. Inside are restraints and equipment waiting in silence. Looking at it, Mito quietly makes up her mind. She doesn't want to use this room. She hopes she won't have to. Then she turns away and heads for the door. This is the end. I'm coming to see you now, Kazumi. Please wait for me. Mito arrives in Tokyo and is immediately greeted by Sensei. The two meet in person for the first time in months. Mito happily thanks her for all the updates about Kazumi and says she's excited to be back. When Sensei asks what she's planning to do now, Mito simply smiles and says she might visit a few familiar places first. The conversation quickly becomes uncomfortable. Sensei points out that Mito has been away for half a year. Kazumi has been living his own life during that time. But Mito only laughs and apologizes, claiming she was joking. A car arrives, and Mito climbs in. She tells Sensei that she'll be staying at her place for a while. There are still a few things she needs to do before meeting Kazumi again. Their next stop is a cemetery. Mito walks quietly between the graves before stopping in front of one. Fumika. Smiling gently, she says it's been a while, and asks how she's been. Then, she reveals why she came. She came to say goodbye. Sitting down, Mito begins talking, as if speaking directly to her. Soon, she says, she'll finally be together with Kazumi. The thing she wanted most is finally within reach. Her thoughts drift back to the past. 13 years ago, she first met Kazumi in elementary school. Back then, Fumiko was the popular one. Everyone liked her, and Kazumi spent his time around her. Mito remembers watching from the side. She learned something else. Fumika liked Kazumi. And Kazumi liked Fumika too. Mito recalls being told that the two of them were destined to be together. They were born in the same hospital, their birthdays were close together, and even their parents knew each other. To everyone around them, it seemed obvious. For a long time, Mito believed she could never compete with someone like Fumika. But not anymore. She says she has worked hard, has changed, and has become a better woman than before. This time, she's confident she can finally win. Looking up at the grave, Mito declares that she won't lose again. Then she laughs quietly and admits that maybe she's being too dramatic. After all, she only came to say farewell. As the sun begins to set, Mito opens the container she brought with her. Inside are bones, the bones she had been keeping all this time. She places them before the grave and smiles, saying, "I'm going to miss you, rival." Mito arrives at Sensei's home and immediately makes herself comfortable. She borrows the kitchen, cooks dinner, and prepares a meal for both of them. Sensei watches nervously as Mito cheerfully places the food on the table. Everything seems normal at first. Too normal. Then Mito points at a seat and tells Sensei to sit down. When Sensei does, Mito calmly tells her she's in the wrong place. Your seat isn't there. Confused, Sensei asks what she means. Then she asks a simple question. What are you to me? Sensei hesitates. Mito tells her to answer. After struggling for a moment, Sensei finally replies. A dog. Mito immediately bursts out laughing and praises her. That's the correct answer. According to Mito, dogs don't sit on chairs. Dogs don't speak unless they're told to. If Sensei understands her position, then she should act accordingly. The conversation continues in the same unsettling way. Mito pats her head, calls her a good girl, and reminds her that they still have to maintain their relationship. For now, she says, she isn't interested in fighting. After dinner, Mito reveals her plan. She wants to see Kazumi, but not immediately. First, she wants to observe the situation and make sure everything is perfect. After 1 week, she'll go meet him. Until then, she'll stay with Sensei. The moment Mito leaves the room, Sensei's expression changes completely. Alone, she begins thinking. Right now, Mito is vulnerable. She's relaxed. She's distracted. For the first time, Sensei realizes she could kill her. The thought repeats over and over in her head. She could do it. She could end everything herself. No one would stop her. But her body refuses to move. Even knowing what Mito has done, even knowing how much suffering she caused, Sensei can't bring herself to act. Eventually, she forces herself to calm down and remembers the plan, recalling what Kazumi told her. Instead of acting recklessly, she reaches for her phone, and later, Kazumi receives the message. It's from Sensei, and after reading it, he immediately understands the situation. Midu has arrived. She's staying at Sensei's house, and in 1 week, she'll come for him. Kazumi gathers the others and explains everything, noting that according to him, Midu still hasn't realized they're working together, so the plan is holding. Itsuki quietly listens while Kazumi reaches his conclusion. If Midu plans to move in a week, they can't wait that long and have to move first. Kazumi looks at everyone gathered in the room and declares, "We'll go to her 3 days from now with the teacher's help, and we'll chase Midu down." 3 days remain before Kazumi's group makes their move. Itsuki can't stop thinking about the plan. He knows Midu is in Tokyo now, and from everything he's heard, she won't surrender peacefully. If they fail again, this time more people could get hurt. Meanwhile, Midu continues staying with teacher. One day, she suddenly decides to visit Gojo Itsuki's apartment. Sensei is confused, believing they were supposed to be focusing on Kazumi, but Midu has other ideas. Before she can meet Kazumi again, there are still people she needs to deal with. The two arrive at Gojo's place and find nobody home. Midu immediately starts looking around. Then, without hesitation, she picks the lock and lets herself inside. Sensei can only stare in disbelief, while Midu casually explains that she used to be able to open locks very quickly. Inside the apartment, Midu begins searching. At first, she claims she's looking for information about Sensei, but it quickly becomes obvious that she's after something else. She wants information about Kazumi and the people around him. As they continue searching, Sensei asks why she goes so far. Midu's answer comes immediately. If there's something she wants, she'll work for it. There isn't anything she wouldn't do for Kazumi. Eventually, the conversation shifts to Gojo. Mido reveals that she hasn't forgiven him, as he was one of the people responsible for helping Kazumi escape. Because of that, she has no intention of letting him off easily. Then she mentions another name, Itsuki, and asks whether Kazumi has ever told him the truth. According to her, Itsuki is the second person she hates most in the world. Sensei is startled by the statement. Mido explains that Itsuki saved Kazumi. More importantly, he keeps standing in the way of what she wants. For someone like that, forgiveness isn't an option. The conversation grows increasingly uncomfortable. At one point, Mido jokingly asks if Sensei wants to try using a honey trap. The comment embarrasses Sensei, but Mido only laughs and says she was kidding. Even so, Mido remains focused. Any information they find could be useful later. The more she learns about Kazumi's allies, the easier it will be to deal with them. After searching the apartment, Mido finally decides she's seen enough. She tells Sensei that they're finished with Itsuki for now. Then she smiles. There's still someone else she wants to deal with. Sensei hesitates and asks who. Mido's expression darkens. She reminds Sensei that Itsuki was only second place, which means there's still one person above him. The person Mido wants to kill most in the entire world. After leaving Itsuki's apartment, Mido finally reveals her true target, Yotsuya. The moment Sensei hears the name, she panics and immediately argues against it, but Mido calmly explains her reasoning. Yotsuya is confined to a wheelchair and rarely leaves her room, making her an easy target from Mido's perspective. As they walk, Mido casually brings up the past, remembering how Yotsuya always followed Kazumi around during high school and how close they were. She still sees Yotsuya as someone trying to take Kazumi away from her. Then she wonders aloud whether Kazumi would side with her if something happened, leaving Sensei speechless. Before long, they arrive near Yotsuya's home. Mido looks around the area with obvious nostalgia. The last time she was here was years ago, during the kidnapping, and seeing the neighborhood again brings back old memories. When she notices that Yotsuya's room isn't completely shut off from the outside world, she smiles, seeing it as an opportunity. Then she begins discussing possibilities, such as using Yotsuya as a hostage or forcing Kazumi's hand. Sensei becomes increasingly desperate as she tries to redirect the conversation, hoping Mido will abandon the idea. But Mido only seems more interested the longer she thinks about it. Eventually, Mido proposes something much worse. Why not remove the problem entirely by getting rid of both Yotsuya and Shino? Sensei immediately begs her to stop, pointing out how difficult that would be due to too many variables and risks, and even carrying out such a plan wouldn't be easy. However, Mido doesn't seem concerned, believing Yotsuya can't run away, and that if Yotsuya is threatened, Shino won't abandon her. The more Mido talks, the more frightened Sensei becomes, and finally, she breaks, pleading with Mido not to hurt Yotsuya, asking her to leave her alone, and begging her to stop. For a moment, Mido simply watches, and then asks why Sensei is trying so hard to protect her, with the answer being obvious. Because she can't stand watching Yotsuya suffer anymore. Mido listens quietly. Then she admits something. Part of her wants to do it again. The excitement, the feeling she had back then, she hasn't forgotten it. Sensei continues begging. If hurting Yotsuya is what Mito wants, then she'll accept the consequences herself. Anything is better than letting Yotsuya become a victim again. Mito considers the offer for a moment. Then she smiles. There's no way Yotsuya could ever replace Yotsuya's role. Still, she appreciates the effort. With that, the conversation comes to an end, leaving the teacher more terrified than ever. After returning home, Mito finally drops the act. Looking directly at Sensei, she tells her to strip. Instead of Yotsuya, Ichinose will be taking the punishment. At first, Sensei tries to stay calm, but Mito immediately reveals that she already knows the truth. She knows about Kazumi, and she knows Sensei has been working with him. The revelation leaves Sensei speechless. Mito explains that she suspected something was wrong long before arriving in Tokyo. The inconsistencies kept piling up, and the more she watched Sensei, the more obvious it became. Then she starts listing the details. The way Sensei looked at her. The way she reacted to certain conversations. The hope that remained in her eyes despite everything. Those weren't the eyes of someone who had completely given up. They were the eyes of someone waiting for help. Sensei desperately tries to explain herself. She insists that she was only worried about her former students. She says that's why she cared about Kazumi and Yotsuya. Mito isn't convinced. In her eyes, that excuse makes no sense. Most teachers don't become obsessed with former students years after graduation. To her, it sounds less like concern and more like guilt. As the conversation continues, Mito tears apart every explanation Sensei offers. No matter what she says, Mito refuses to believe her. Eventually, she reaches her conclusion. Sensei changed, and those changes began after reconnecting with Kazumi. Mito even suggests that Sensei approached him intending to manipulate him, only to end up being influenced herself. Whether that's true or not, doesn't matter anymore. In Mito's eyes, the result is the same. Then, she delivers her judgment. Sensei spent 6 months pretending to obey her while secretly helping her enemies. For that, she deserves punishment. A rope appears in Mito's hands. The smile never leaves her face. Teacher trembles. She knows arguing won't change anything. She knows Mito has already made up her mind. Mito moves closer and calmly tells her not to worry. She'll listen to everything she has to say. In fact, she wants to hear it all. Every conversation. Everything Kazumi told her during the last 6 months. The interrogation begins. Hour after hour passes. Mito keeps questioning her while Sensei struggles to respond. Eventually Mito glances at the clock. It's already 3 in the morning. To her surprise, the time passed quickly. Looking down at Sensei, she smiles again. There are still plenty of questions left, and before this is over, she intends to learn everything about Kazumi's plan. Morning arrives. Mito finishes treating the wounds from the previous night, and happily announces that today is finally the day. According to her, everything will be decided now. A few hours ago, during the punishment session, the teacher admits that she deceived Mito and was helping Kazumi. She says she only approached him to gather information, and was eventually tricked into helping him. Now she insists she's ready to tell Mito everything she knows. Mito listens quietly. Then she begins reviewing the entire situation. 6 months ago, Kazumi escaped. After that, he, Itsuki, Shino and the others realized that Sensei was connected to her. Together they built a plan, using Sensei as a double agent while feeding information back and forth. The timeline fits perfectly. Mito points out that the moment she told Sensei she would meet Kazumi in a week, Kazumi immediately changed his schedule and moved 4 days earlier. That alone tells her everything she needs to know. She calmly concludes that they intended to break into her house and capture her before she could act. The plan failed, and Sensei paid the price for it. Despite everything, Mito doesn't seem angry. If anything, she sounds amused. Now that she understands the trap, she simply intends to move faster than they can. Her next goal is obvious. Today she plans to go see Kazumi. Sensei desperately asks what she intends to do. Mito smiles. Kazumi tried to avoid her. He prepared a trap. Everyone around him got involved. So now everyone responsible will have to face the consequences. Even after hearing that, Sensei refuses to give up. She begs Mito to stop. She tells her that the plan isn't worth dying for, that nobody needs to get hurt anymore. Mito immediately sees through it. She knows exactly when Sensei is lying. She knows when she's hiding something. And she knows she's still trying to protect Kazumi. The conversation drifts for a moment. Mito admits something unexpected. Part of the reason she's changed is because she doesn't want to lose this time. She keeps training, improving herself, and thinking about Kazumi every day. Then, she starts worrying aloud. What if Kazumi doesn't like strong girls? What if all her effort was pointless? For a brief moment, she almost sounds normal. But the feeling disappears as quickly as it came. Looking at the clock, Mito realizes it's already noon. She decides it's time to get ready. She wants to shower and see Kazumi before the sun goes down. Before leaving the room, she reminds Sensei that she won't be using her phone. Then, she gives her one final instruction. Stay where she is until she comes back. Sensei quietly agrees. Mito pauses at the door and asks one last question. What is her answer? She barks like a good pet, which is quite painful. Mito laughs happily. Satisfied with the response, she tells her she'll see her soon. Then, she leaves the room. Mito and Sensei arrive at Kazumi's apartment building, with Mito in an unusually good mood, as today is the day she finally gets to see Kazumi again. For now, she keeps Sensei close, partly because she doesn't trust her, and partly because it's easier to keep an eye on her this way. The apartment is empty, exactly as Mito expected. Using the information she gathered earlier, she lets herself inside and immediately begins preparing. Meanwhile, she explains how she figured out Kazumi's plan. Months ago, she noticed the connection between Sensei and Kazumi. Then, after returning to Tokyo, she paid close attention to the timing of everything. The moment Kazumi changed his schedule, after Sensei informed him about her visit, the pieces fell into place. According to Mito, Kazumi and the others intended to gather first and then move against her together, which gave her an advantage. If she moved before they did, she could avoid their trap completely. As they walk through the apartment, Mito reveals another detail. She had placed a listening device near Shino's house. By listening carefully, she learned the routines of everyone living there. Even footsteps were enough for her to tell people apart. Itsuki's footsteps were heavy, Shino's were lighter. The others had their own patterns as well. By paying attention to details, she was able to learn far more than anyone realized. The amount of preparation sounds absurd, but Mito only smiles and continues explaining. She also reveals that one of the devices Itsuki discovered was only a decoy. Even if they found it, they would assume it was the only one. That was exactly what she wanted. With the explanation finished, Mito checks the time. Kazumi should be returning soon. She begins looking around the apartment excitedly. The layout is exactly as she imagined. The bathroom, the hallway, the entrance. Everything is perfect. Then she starts describing her plan. When Kazumi enters through the front door, she'll surprise him before he has time to react. After that, she'll restrain him, take him away, and finally spend time with him alone. The more she talks, the more excited she becomes. It's been months since she last saw him. Now that the reunion is so close, she can barely contain herself. Sensei listens in silence. Every word makes her more nervous. Mito, however, remains completely confident. As far as she's concerned, everything is going according to plan. Soon, Kazumi will walk through that door, and when he does, she intends to take him with her. The front door opens, and Mito's face lights up immediately as she exclaims, "Kazumi is back." Without hesitation, she jumps out from her hiding place and rushes forward with a smile, saying, "Surprise! It's been a while, Kazumi." However, the reunion doesn't go as planned. The moment Mito appears, Kazumi swings, and a metal bat crashes into her shoulder before she can react. The impact sends her stumbling backward, and for a second, she can't even understand what happened. Then the pain hits, and she realizes her shoulder is broken. Kazumi doesn't stop. He immediately moves to escape, while Mito struggles to think through the shock and adrenaline. Everything hurts, and her arm won't move properly, yet she still chases after him, calling his name. She begs him to slow down, to talk, to enjoy their reunion properly. Kazumi ignores her, continuing toward the exit. Mito forces herself to stay calm, considering that the front entrance might be another trap. If Kazumi was hiding here from the beginning, then someone else could be waiting outside. She quickly changes direction, heading for the window. If she jumps from the second floor, she can still escape. Ignoring the pain in her arm, Mito runs toward it, reaches the window, opens the curtain, and freezes. Barbed wire. The entire escape route has been blocked. The front door was a trap. The window was a trap. There is nowhere left to run. For the first time, genuine panic appears on her face. Kazumi slowly approaches, bat still in hand. Tears begin forming in Mito's eyes as she asks him why he is treating her like this. All she wanted was to be with him. She loved him. Kazumi finally answers, revealing that he intentionally avoided her and reconsidered every act of kindness he had ever shown her. After everything she's done, He can't understand how she can still act as if nothing happened. The words hit harder than the bat, and Midu breaks down, insisting she doesn't want this, doesn't want to fight him, and doesn't want to live without him. But Kazumi doesn't back away. Years of fear, anger, and frustration finally spill out as he accuses her of never listening to anyone except herself. Midu collapses to her knees, crying openly now. She admits she hates this. She hates being separated from him. She hates living without him. Then she looks up at him through her tears. If talking to her is so painful, if her existence only causes suffering, then why won't he end it? Why won't he finally kill her? Midu begs Kazumi to kill her. Before he can respond, Itsuki suddenly grabs him from behind. Kazumi struggles, demanding to be released, but Itsuki refuses. He tells him he's gone too far already. No matter what Midu has done, killing her here isn't the answer. Kazumi clenches his teeth. If Midu escapes, more people will suffer. That's what he's afraid of. But even then, Itsuki won't let him swing the bat. As the argument continues, Sensei interrupted and got hit. She falls to the floor. Everyone turns toward her. Blood is running down her face. Kazumi rushes over and demands to know what happened. Shino quickly tells him to listen. Before arriving here, Ichinos warned her about something important. Midu had prepared something besides the listening devices. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she knew it was dangerous. The warning immediately changes everything. Kazumi remembers their visit to Yotsuya's house. If Midu had enough time, she could have set up a trap there. She knew the layout. She knew Yotsuya couldn't escape easily. For a moment, the room falls silent. Then Midu smiles. Even now, with everyone surrounding her, she doesn't look worried. Sensei points it out. If Midu really prepared something at Yotsuya's house, can they afford to ignore it? Can they risk assuming she's bluffing? Kazumi doesn't answer, because he already knows. Sensei says that Yotsuya has always been Midu's favorite target. If there's even a small chance something was left behind, they have to investigate. Midu happily agrees. According to her, it's definitely worth checking. Itsuki immediately asks the obvious question. How are they supposed to find out the truth? Sensei's expression hardens. The answer is simple. They use Midu's favorite method, torture. The room goes quiet. Sensei explains her reasoning calmly. No matter how much Midu lies or bluffs, eventually she'll break. And once she does, they'll learn whether Yotsuya is really in danger. Then, she adds something else. You probably have things he wants to say too. Years of resentment, years of fear, years of anger. Kazumi lowers his head. He understands exactly what she means. He's carrying plenty of resentment himself. Midu watches the discussion quietly, still smiling. Then Kazumi finally makes a decision. They're leaving. Not here, not in this apartment. He grabs Midu and starts moving. When she asks where they're going, Kazumi gives a simple answer. They're heading to a place she knows very well. A place connected to everything. The group arrives at their old elementary school, and the moment Midu sees the building, she smiles. Recognizing it immediately, despite the years that have passed, the place is filled with memories for her. Once inside, Kazumi gets straight to the point, asking whether she really planted something at Yotsuya's house. Midu calmly answers that she doesn't particularly care if they believe her or not. Kazumi, no longer interested in games, tells her with a bat in hand exactly what will happen if she refuses to cooperate, stating that he can drag the answer out of her if he has to. Midu looks at him for a moment, then starts crying, saying she understands and knows everyone hates her. However, before anything else happens, she asks for one thing, a conversation, just one conversation with Kazumi. Kazumi immediately cuts her off, expressing his tiredness of hearing but. Every time Midu starts explaining herself, she twists the situation and avoids answering the actual question. This time he wants the truth. Midu keeps trying anyway. Again and again she attempts to continue speaking. Again and again Kazumi shuts her down. Itsuki eventually grabs him and tells him to stop. At this rate, Midu is going to die before they learn anything useful. The room falls silent. Then Midu suddenly says she has only one question. One question for Kazumi. Everyone waits. Midu smiles. Then she asks if something doesn't seem strange. Kazumi tells her he doesn't have to answer anything. But Midu continues anyway. According to her, everyone standing here is on the same side. Everyone except one person. Her eyes slowly move towards Sensei. The atmosphere immediately changes. Midu points out something nobody else noticed. For months, information about her movements kept reaching Kazumi's group, yet somehow, she always managed to stay one step ahead. Then she reveals the answer. The information never came directly from Sensei. It came from a bug. Months earlier, She secretly planted a listening device on something Sensei always carried with her, her smartphone. Because the phone was always nearby, Mido could hear nearly every conversation around her. She didn't need reports, she didn't need messages, she simply listened. Sensei stares in shock. She never noticed. Mido explains that planting bugs everywhere would have been inefficient. A phone was far easier. It moved everywhere with its owner, and naturally stayed close during important conversations. Then she reaches the final piece. Kazumi's group eventually discovered the bug, and instead of removing it, they used it. The room goes quiet. Mido smiles through her tears. She asks Kazumi why he would do that. Why create a plan that relied on information passing through Sensei in the first place? Nobody answers. Then Mido gives the answer herself. Because Kazumi expected Sensei to betray him again. Her words hit the room like a hammer. And for the first time since arriving at the school, everyone freezes. Mido's accusation leaves the room silent. She looks directly at Sensei and tells her that nobody ever trusted her. Not Kazumi, not Itsuki, not Shino. According to Mido, they were always waiting for her to betray them again. Kazumi immediately tells her to shut up, but Mido keeps going. She claims everything was planned from the beginning. They expected Sensei to fail. They expected her to break under pressure. That was why they secretly bugged her phone and monitored her movements. Itsuki finally speaks. He admits that part of it is true. When they first learned Mido was returning to Tokyo, the three of them met and discussed the situation. None of them were confident they could completely trust Sensei. Kazumi believed there was a high chance she would be forced back under Mido's control. Because of that possibility, they created a backup plan. The phone bug wasn't there to spy on Sensei. It was there to track Mido. If Sensei was captured again, they would still receive information. Sensei admits she agreed to the plan. After experiencing Mido's punishments herself, she understood how difficult it would be to resist her. If she had been in Sensei's position, she isn't sure she could have done any better. Everything had been decided months earlier. The bug was installed, the backup plan was prepared, and everyone agreed to it. Mido starts laughing. To her, that only proves her point. Nobody trusted Sensei. Then she turns toward her teacher. Even now, she says, Sensei is still acting like her obedient dog. Sensei trembles. For a moment she can't find no words. Then she finally speaks. She says she can still make things right. She insists she never betrayed Mido, at least not completely. Mido immediately tears that argument apart. According to her, abandoning someone is betrayal, and that's exactly what Sensei did. The words hit hard. Even Shino tells her not to listen, but Mido doesn't stop. She asks a simple question. Between Kazumi's group and her, who treated Sensei better? The room goes quiet. Mido reminds her that Kazumi's group never fully trusted her. They planned around her, prepared for her failure, expected her betrayal. Yes, dumb teach has to think. Then Mido smiles. Now that Sensei has finally seen the truth, she asks whether they can stop pretending. Maybe they should become friends again. Maybe they should play another game together. Maybe things can go back to the way they were. Mido doesn't care which option she chooses. According to her, either one would help. So she quietly asks, please. Everyone stares at Sensei, waiting for her answer. Mido continues waiting for an answer, asking who is going to stand beside her and who is going to save her. The pressure finally becomes too much for Sensei, her body trembling as old memories resurface. For years, she thought she had prepared herself for this moment, believing she would never fall under Mido's influence again, but the instant their eyes met, the fear returned. Even so, Sensei steps forward, grabs Kazumi, and begs him to help her sister. To save Yotsuya from Mido once and for all. Mido watches quietly, then starts laughing, a long, uncontrollable laugh that catches everyone off guard. When she finally calms down, Kazumi looks directly at her, seeing desperation. Everything she's saying now is nothing more than a last attempt to create an opening. Mido smiles through her tears, and Kazumi notices something else. Her voice is shaking. For the first time, she sounds genuinely afraid. Then, he takes the box cutter from her. The room freezes. Kazumi tells her the truth. All he wanted to hear was her crying, her screaming. The same sounds she forced out of other people. Mido's eyes widen. Itsuki immediately tells him to stop, but Kazumi ignores him. He begins pressing the blade against her. Slowly, deliberately. Mido screams. The pain is real. For the first time, she's the one trapped in the chair while everyone else watches. And yet, she's smiling. Kazumi notices it immediately. Despite the pain, despite the tears, part of her seems happy. That realization only makes the situation more disturbing. Mito weakly asks if he still hasn't figured it out. Then she brings up the trap at Yotsuya's house again. Kazumi demands an answer. Did she set one or not? Mito cries out as the pain continues. Then she finally laughs. The answer was obvious from the beginning. If she dies here, she won't be able to activate anything. She won't be able to trigger any trap. She won't be able to do anything at all. The words stop everyone cold. Kazumi's hand freezes. For a moment, nobody speaks. Then Mito looks up at him. Her expression is strangely calm. According to her, she's no longer necessary. Soon she'll die anyway. Then Kazumi told her to suffer as much as possible. Itsuki throws himself between Kazumi and Mito, begging him to stop, warning that if Mito dies here, everything will end the wrong way, and more importantly, Yotsuya still needs him. Kazumi tries to shake him off, explaining that for 6 years, this is all he has wanted, to kill Mito. And now he finally has the chance. Shino joins in, urging him to look around, noting that everyone is terrified, and nobody wants this. Nobody wants him to throw his life away. But Kazumi no longer cares. As long as Mito is alive, he can't enjoy anything, move forward, or feel at peace. Itsuki tells him he'll regret it, warning that if he kills her now, he'll carry that burden forever. Kazumi asks a simple question, is it really that wrong? After everything Mito has done, is it really so terrible that he wants to hear her scream? Nobody answers. For a moment, only Mito's breathing fills the room. Then she suddenly speaks, weakly and quietly, as if she's embarrassed. She says she wants Kazumi. The confession is so absurd that everyone freezes. Mito laughs nervously. She can barely feel her arms or legs anymore, but the excitement remains. The pain, the fear, the attention Kazumi is giving her right now. Kazumi stares at her in disbelief. Mito continues speaking. She says she's become obsessed with him, not as a person, not as a partner, as a possession. Something she wants to own completely, something she never wants to lose. The more she talks, the more disturbed everyone becomes. Mito admits that every act of love eventually turns into possession for her. That's how she's always been. Then she remembers the day she cut him. Back then, she discovered a new form of love, a feeling that only grew stronger afterward. Kazumi's expression hardens as he tells her not to confuse obsession with affection, expressing his disbelief in her words. Mito only smiles and asks how he's feeling, prompting Kazumi to explode and tell her exactly how he feels, calling everything she's done disgusting, and stating that everything she touches turns into suffering. He reveals that for years, all he has wanted is for her to disappear, and as his grip tightens and the bat rises again, he declares that he's finally about to do what he's always wanted, to make Mito die. The room erupts into panic, with Itsuki and Shino rushing forward, and even Kazumi freezes in shock. Suddenly a voice cuts through the chaos, one nobody expected to hear. Kazumi's eyes widen, the bat stops in midair, and slowly he turns toward the doorway, where Yotsuya stands, looking directly at him. Yotsuya's sudden appearance stops everyone. Kazumi stares at her in disbelief. The last person he expected to see here is standing right in front of him. He immediately asks why she's here. Instead of answering, Yotsuya smiles and asks Ichinose to help her up. Ichinose rushes over, while the others remain frozen, still trying to process what's happening. Kazumi asks again, why is she here? Itsuki finally sighs and admits the truth. He was the one who brought her. According to him, he secretly asked Yotsuya to stay nearby in case something went wrong. Out of everyone involved, he believed she was the only person capable of stopping Kazumi if things got out of control. Kazumi is speechless. Yotsuya simply asks if that was a bad decision. Kazumi immediately says no. Just moments ago he was about to do something unforgivable. Yotsuya smiles. When Kazumi needs help, she's always been there. Compared to everything he has done for her, she says this is nothing. Then a weak voice interrupts them. Mito, still tied to the chair, still bleeding. Looking at Kazumi and Yotsuya together, Mito finally loses her composure. She angrily asks why they're flirting in front of her. Nobody responds. The jealousy in her voice is impossible to miss. Yotsuya turns toward her. Unlike everyone else, she seems remarkably calm. Mito notices it immediately and asks how she can possibly be so relaxed. This school should be filled with terrible memories for her. Yotsuya doesn't deny it. This place holds painful memories. Memories of fear, memories of suffering, memories she would rather forget. But those aren't the only memories here. There are good ones too. Memories with Kazumi, Memories with friends. Memories that belong to her just as much as the painful ones do. Mito listens quietly. Then she begins talking about herself. Back then, she says, she hated Kazumi. She hated Ichinose. She hated everyone around her. Yet all it took was a small wound for those feelings to change. Before long, hatred turned into obsession. Obsession turned into love. But unlike everyone else, Mito insists she's different. She says she still loves Kazumi, even now, even in this situation. Yotsuya quietly listens, then she gives her answer. She understands, because she loves him too. The room falls silent. For a moment, even Mito looks surprised. Yotsuya admits that she cried, she suffered, she carried painful memories for years. But despite all of that, she still chose to keep living. Then she reveals why she came. When she heard that Kazumi might do something irreversible, she couldn't stay home. So, she came here herself. To stop him, and to protect him. Kazumi lowers his eyes. Yotsuya has once again saved him. Then, Yotsuya turns back toward Mito. Her expression becomes serious. She tells her they need to talk. Because this time, she isn't going to let Mito have her way. Yotsuya tells Mito that they need to talk, but Mito immediately refuses, believing there is nothing left to discuss. Despite this, Yotsuya persists, calmly explaining what she noticed upon arrival. She points out that Mito's behavior has been purposeful, even while tied to a chair and surrounded by enemies, as she continues to try to influence everyone in the room. Mito laughs, invites Yotsuya closer, and then insults and mocks her, attempting to provoke her. Yotsuya remains calm, stating that this is exactly what she expected. She reveals that she wasn't absent from these events, having listened the entire time. Before arriving at the school, she was on a call with Gojo, through whom she heard everything that happened at Ichinose's house and beyond. She spent the entire trip thinking about Mito and trying to understand her true intentions. Yotsuya then shares her conclusion. She would use any means necessary to continue living inside Ichinose's heart. The room falls silent, and even Mito stops smiling as Yotsuya continues. At first, she thought the idea was ridiculous, but after meeting Mito again, she became convinced she was right. Mito's true objective isn't Yotsuya, it's Ichinose. More specifically, Mito wants Ichinose to kill her. Shock spreads through the room as Yotsuya calmly explains her reasoning. If Ichinose were forced to kill Mito, she would never recover from it, carrying that guilt forever. No matter what happened afterward, Mito would remain inside her heart for the rest of her life. In other words, even death would become a form of possession. Mito's body begins trembling, indicating that Yotsuya has hit the mark. She continues, pointing out that everything Mito has done points toward the same outcome. The punishments, the manipulation, the emotional pressure, all leading back to Ichinose. Then, Mito finally breaks, screaming at Yotsuya to stop talking, to stop pretending to understand her, and to stop acting like she knows everything. Years of frustration spill out at once, questioning why it always has to be Yotsuya, and why she's always the one standing in her way. Mito calls her a thief, a liar, a coward, but Yotsuya doesn't react. She simply asks Ichinose a question. After hearing all this, is she really going to do what Mito wants? Mito immediately panics. She starts shouting, calling out to Ichinose, calling out to Kazumi, calling out to everyone. But Yotsuya cuts through the noise. No, she won't allow it. This time, Mito won't destroy Ichinose's life. This time, she won't be used like a toy. And this time, Yotsuya refuses to let Mito get her way. For the first time since Yotsuya arrived, Mito falls silent. Then she lowers her head and quietly mutters 2 words. Truly irritating. And secretly reaches to a hidden blade. Mito lowers her head and quietly admits the truth. Ever since elementary school, she has always been thinking about Kazumi. For years, every thought eventually led back to him. Even after everything that happened, those feelings never disappeared. Kazumi listens in silence. Mito continues speaking through tears. She tells him how happy she was when she finally got to see him again after 6 months. To her, that reunion meant everything. Kazumi's response never changes. Then he finally says what he came to say. He never wanted to see her again. If possible, he wishes they had never met today. The words strike Mito harder than any injury. She stares at him in disbelief. Kazumi looks away. Originally, he came here intending to end everything and then go see Yotsuya. That was his only goal. At this point, he doesn't care about revenge anymore. Mito begins laughing through her tears. If that's what he wants, then why not kill her? Wasn't that his wish all along? She admits something else. Part of her wanted to spend her life with him. Another part wanted him to kill her. Either outcome would have been acceptable, as long as she could stay with him somehow. As long as she could remain inside him forever. Kazumi finally rejects the idea completely. He tells her he won't kill her. It ends here. Mito immediately objects. Punishment won't work. Prison won't work. The police won't work. The moment she's released, she'll come after him again. She'll find him no matter where he runs. She'll even go after Yotsuya if necessary. She paints a future where they spend the rest of their lives chasing each other, running forever, never escaping one another. For a moment, Kazumi lowers his eyes. Then he admits something. Trying to save her was a mistake. Again and again, he made the wrong choice. He should have walked away from the beginning, instead of involving himself with her. Mito continues crying. But Kazumi's decision doesn't change. After everything that happened, she'll likely spend little time in prison. Whether she lives or dies no longer matters to him. This is their final goodbye. Once today is over, he never wants to see her again. For the first time, Mito completely breaks down. She begs him not to say that, not that, anything but that. Even now, she says she loves him. Even now, she can't stop loving him. Itsuki can only stare in disbelief, while Yotsuya quietly watches. To them, what Mito feels can no longer be called love. It's something distorted, something twisted into a completely different shape. Mito refuses to accept it. She insists she's normal. She insists her feelings are real. But the room remains silent. A love that destroys people. A love that possesses. A love that refuses to let go. A deviant love. Then, while everyone is focused on the conversation, something changes. A hidden blade slips free. A hand moves. A restraint loosens. And in the next instant, Mito's face twists into a terrifying smile as she makes her move. Mito makes her move. In an instant, the hidden blade flashes through the air. Everyone reacts too late. Kazumi reaches forward. Yotsuya cries out. And then, it happens. Blood spills across the floor. Mito smiles. A tired, peaceful smile. Looking at the others, she quietly says that this is enough. They've finally reached the end. Outside, police sirens can already be heard approaching. The game between them is over. As her strength fades, Mito looks toward Kazumi one last time. The two of them have always been chasing each other. That alone is enough for her. And with that, everything comes to an end. The past has become a distant memory. One afternoon, Yotsuya calls out to Kazumi from inside their home. Her stomach has grown noticeably larger, and she excitedly tells him that the baby just kicked again. Kazumi immediately comes over. The moment he places a hand against her stomach, he feels it too. Yotsuya beams with happiness. She wants to tell everyone, especially Itsuki. Watching her smile, Kazumi can't help but smile back. For the first time in a long time, things feel normal. 10 years have passed since the arrests. 10 years since everything happened. The wounds haven't disappeared completely. Some memories never will. Kazumi admits there was a time when he couldn't stop worrying. Even after everything was over, he kept waiting for the past to return. Yotsuya understands. In a way, Mito succeeded. Part of her remains impossible to forget. But life moved forward anyway. They got their lives back, and now they're preparing to welcome a child. Yotsuya gently takes Kazumi's hand. She tells him that she's not living inside him. She's right here, beside him. Even when they remember those painful days, she wants him to focus on the happiness they have now. That's what matters most. Kazumi quietly nods. Protecting this happiness has become his most important responsibility. No matter what happens in the future, he wants to keep it safe. Yotsuya smiles. Even if Midu's intentions will never completely disappear from their memories, she refuses to let them control her life. Kazumi tells her something he's always believed. After everything she endured, after everything she survived, she'll always be stronger than Midu. Yotsuya blushes slightly. Then she laughs. She's never met anyone quite like him either. Looking down at her stomach, she makes a small promise. She wants to stay strong, because she's a mother now. Kazumi smiles, and promises to protect this happiness too. No matter what lies ahead, no matter what happens, they'll face it together. 10 years after everything ended, Kazumi and Yotsuya prepare to leave the house. They're planning to visit Fumika's grave together with Itsuki and Shino. As Kazumi gets ready, he notices a letter that had been forwarded from his parents' house. The sender's name makes him freeze. Mito Saki. Exactly 10 years have passed since things ended with her. After a long silence, Kazumi opens the letter. The letter begins casually. Mito asks how he's doing, whether he's living a wonderful life. Then she explains why she wrote it. 10 years have passed, and on this anniversary, she wanted to express her feelings one final time. As Kazumi reads, old memories begin resurfacing. Mito writes about the first time they met in elementary school, the day he picked up her eraser, the day she first became aware of him. To her, that moment became the beginning of everything, the beginning of her love. She continues recalling their childhood, the school festival, walking together, the excitement she felt whenever he was nearby, the happiness she found in even the smallest interactions. Then she moves through the years that followed, being rejected, getting her memories back, reuniting with him, sharing his time, sharing his feelings. Again and again, she writes the same thing. I was happy. The letter never blames him. It never apologizes either. Instead, it simply describes the life she lived through her own eyes. Eventually she reaches the end. She thanks him for making her happy, for existing in her life. Then she writes something else. Since the day she was born as Mito Saki, Kazumi was the reason she believed fate existed. And because of that, she would continue loving him until the very end. When Kazumi finishes reading, he quietly folds the letter. That future Mito dreamed about never happened. The two of them never ended up together. And now, it never can. Yet, even so, he can't simply throw her memory away. Not after everything that happened. The letter continues with a final message. A message sent from the past into the future. Because Mito Saki had took her life long ago. Mito writes that there is only one thing she doesn't want him to forget. That she was completely, utterly, and madly in love with him. The words are unsettling, but they're also undeniably hers. Kazumi lowers the letter and thinks about everything she did, everything she believed, everything she destroyed, and everything she loved. No matter how much she tried to explain herself, most people would never understand her. There are people in this world who pursue their own happiness without regard for anyone else. People whose way of thinking exists completely outside common sense. Encountering someone like that is like encountering a natural disaster. Not evil in the ordinary sense, simply something dangerous that appears without warning. Looking back, Kazumi realizes he made mistakes too. When Mito first entered his life again, he tried to handle everything himself. He got involved, and with that, we finally reached the end of this unforgettable story. What started as a strange reunion slowly unfolded into a psychological nightmare, filled with obsession, manipulation, guilt, and love, twisted beyond recognition. Through every painful revelation, every confrontation, and every sacrifice, one thing remained constant: the determination to keep moving forward no matter how deep the scars ran. Mito's story was never simple. She wasn't just a villain, nor was she someone who could easily be understood. She was a person consumed by her own distorted view of love, leaving behind wounds that would never completely disappear. Yet despite everything, Kazumi, Yotsuya, and the others chose to continue living, proving that the future doesn't belong to the pain of the past, but to the people willing to overcome it. This manga gave us suspense, heartbreak, unforgettable characters, and one of the most unsettling, yet fascinating psychological stories we've ever covered on this channel. If you stayed with me all the way to the end, thank you for taking this journey together. And if you enjoyed this recap, make sure to subscribe and stick around, because there are still countless hidden gems, dark mysteries, emotional masterpieces, and mind-blowing manga stories waiting to be explored. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Until then, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next story.